Well, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, did I? Okay. Oh, I knew I forgot something. I'm so good at this. How long have I been doing this? I don't want to think about it. It'll make me sad. But welcome in, guys. Happy Wednesday. My new favorite stuff queen. Listen, it's fine.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Trinity, thank you for spending your Bezos bucks to support this stream. I hope you enjoy having the cutest and scariest emotes on Twitch. Oh, heart tag. Actually, it's 1 p.m. It's good afternoon for me. Well, that's understandable. It's technically new. It's 2 minutes past noon here. But I always just say good morning. I don't know why. It doesn't feel like afternoon yet. Even though I went and spent like 2 hours at the gym already. Hi, Garuda. Welcome in, though, guys. Welcome in. I was trying to see if there was any news or anything that was, like, interesting. But I haven't really found anything. I was wondering why Hump Day was trending, and it turns out it's just a bunch of naked people. So that's not exactly... this is not exactly something I want to talk about by the power of the mode. You motherfucker. I'm watching over a bebe, so won't be able to stay, but good luck with stream. I was gonna say, this is a mature stream, and then I was like, it's time to indoctrinate the baby. Into the dark card. I was like, no, wait a second. I shouldn't do that. Uh-oh. Wait. Just hold on. So one of the things that's trending right now is like press secretary and Bannon and stuff. But I want to see something because they mentioned that apparently South Korea just had an election. Yesterday. Okay, hold on real quick. I want to see this because if y'all didn't know what's been going on in South Korea, I'm a fucking politics nerd. I'm sorry, chat. You now know the real me. You know how much I like learning about politics. It doesn't change. I like seeing the model moving. Well, thank you, Rin. It's very snazzy. I have fun with it. I really do. I'm really hoping though, now that we know like what you're capable of rigging, and what's useful and what's not, I'm going to be able to cut down on the prices quite a bit, especially because the next model is not going to have so many eyes. Like, we're not going to do like a clump of eyes like this again, and we're not going to have the like back eyes for the next model. So here's hoping, and it's going to be more muscular. We're going to go more muscular for the next model. They're taking away the eyes. No, don't worry. It's not going to be all gone. It's just that we'll have different kind of eye combinations for it. It'll be fine. We may have different eyes. I'm considering different eyes, like a different eye pattern for the next one. Maybe like octopus eyes or something. I don't know. But White House calls election fair, which saw Liberal Party candidate Lee Jae-myung win the presidency. Okay. So if y'all didn't know, South Korea effectively had a coup that lasted like 26 hours, like a few months ago. It was borderline a coup, if not directly a coup. And they ousted both the person who like tried to commit the coup effectively stepped down within those like 26 hours. And then the person who became their president was like, what's the word? What is the word for when you vote out a president? I forget the word for it. It's escaping me. Gotta install the eye update to all our personally attached to eyes for the guests. It's totally fine. Y'all will get to keep yours. Impeached, that's the word. Impeached. He was impeached, and then they ran a special election. It was unattempted coup. Unattempted. Okay. I was confused by those two words being smacked together and there not being enough T's. Yeah. Impeach was the word I was looking for. But let me see here. We'll do the Associated Press. And then... Who rose? A politician vowing to fight inequality and corruption will become the country's next president on Wednesday. 60 years old, candidate of the liberal opposition Democratic Party. Wait, that's a weird... Taking office for a full single 5-year term, succeeding Yoon Suk-yeol, conservative who was felled over his stunning yet brief imposition of martial law in December. There it is. It's unclear whether Lee's election would cause any major immediate shift in South Korea's foreign policy. Lee, previously accused by critics of tilting toward China and North Korea and away from the U.S. and Japan, has reportedly stressed South Korea's alliance with the U.S. as the foundation of its foreign policy. With over 99% of the votes counted as of 3:45 a.m. on Wednesday today, Lee obtained 49.3% of the votes cast. While the next contender, the conservative contender, Kim Moon-soo, trailed with 41%. That is an 8% difference. Nice. Nice. A city where impeachments work? Yeah. Where they actually do something. If I remember correctly, too, they basically chased him out of the fucking chamber. If y'all didn't hear about like this attempted like coup and like martial law being implemented, they tried to keep the Congress of like South Korea from getting in to do any of their work. And so senators and congressmen were climbing fences, and like citizens were helping them by just essentially tackling the military police that were there. It was fucking awesome. It was awesome. They did everything they could to make sure that the Senate could get in and through due process impeach the fucking sitting president. It was fantastic. I mean, the thing is, whenever you're like almost your entire delegacy hates your guts and they actively, mind you, this was at 3 a.m, their time, not our time, their time, 3 a.m. So imagine like laying in bed and waking up and finding out that your fucking president was like, yeah, we're instilling martial law. Y'all can't vote me out anymore. And like all this other shit. And like every senator, every South Korean senator was just like, want to fucking bet? Want to fucking bet? It was great. If y'all haven't had the chance, I recommend looking up that like South Korea December martial law. Maybe that'll get you what you're looking for. Hi, Donkler. A country where impeachment's worked. That couldn't be us, Keck. Listen. If only we had a real government like that. A government that actually cared, where we actually have 100% attendance in our Congress and Senate. No fucking way, dude. Didn't we have... Who was the lady? I think she was a senator that was in like her fucking 90s. That was supposedly still voting on the floor, but had actually been in like an old person's memory home for like over 6 months. Who remembers her? Let me see if I can find it. Senator found in nursing home. Here it is. This is a Rolling Stone article. Absent GOP congresswoman found in assisted living home, report finds. I can't read the article on Rolling Stones unless I give them my email. I am not going to do that. Oh my God, it was a Texas representative. Kay Granger, who was missing for 6 months at key House votes, found living at retirement community that specializes in memory care. She had been seemingly missing from the Capitol for 6 months, was now found living in a retirement community that specializes in memory care. Even her family acknowledges she had exhibited possible signs of dementia. Has not cast a vote in Washington, D.C. since July, despite the GOP's super slim majority in the chamber. When was this? December. This previous December was when this was published. So I don't know if technically she's like, yes, it is. Well, no, this one technically isn't. This is Halcyon's cover of a Metallica song. Wait. No, this isn't a fucking Metallica song. This is Hail to the King by Avenged Sevenfold, but it's a cover from Halcyon. It was still fun. Like, did the house not call or some shit? No, they just don't care. They don't care. If you look up like the number, the thing too is there's evidence that if somebody's not, if somebody's not present in the house whenever they're voting, there is video footage of other people just reaching over to other people's stations to hit their voting equipment. They will forcibly vote for the other people if you're not at your station. They don't care who you are. If there's an empty station near them, if you happen to like, maybe you've been there so long that you have to go get something to eat or maybe a drink or something, and you're gone while the vote's being counted, they will reach over and fucking click it. And it fucking sucks, dude. It's literally like fucking high school cheating. Is that not illegal? Nope. Nope. I've yet to see anybody get punished for it. Not once have I seen any of the people. I have seen video evidence of them reaching over and just going, boop. Usually the argument is, I have their permission to do it. They messaged me what they would have voted for or some shit like that. Or they'll be like, I know what they would have voted for. That's almost always their excuse. If they get called out for it. If they get called out for it. Run by dementia-ridden clowns? Correct. Correct. But fucking insane, dude. Start voting in some younger people, for Christ's sake. The minimum age to be president is, I believe 35. And the youngest president ever, let's see. Theodore Roosevelt was 42 when he became president. After William McKinley's assassination. Oh, wait. Okay. John F. Kennedy was the youngest elected president. Theodore Roosevelt became president after the assassination at 42. John F. Kennedy became the youngest elected president at 43. Too bad it was all downhill from there. The oldest person inaugurated as president is Donald Trump at 78 years old. Nice. Nice. I fucking hate it. Your Congress is an actual Congress? Good God. Wait, whose? Whose Congress? Aware? Aware of what? Unreal Engine 5.6 update, the live face tracking using just your phone is crazy? Interesting. No, I haven't. But that would mean I'd have to have a model in Unreal Engine 5.6, which I don't have yet. I don't have it yet. Maybe someday we will have like a full 3D environment and I'll get full body tracking and we can have like more interactive streams, because I'm over here like flailing around all the time. Goofily, y'all can't see most of that because I'm like flapping my arms. The American Congress? Which actual Congress? It's a cover of Hail the King from Disturbed, but is this Metallica's me making a joke about high school, making fun of a friend who asked, is this... Oh yeah, you told me. Didn't you tell me that, Lucian? You put that story in Discord, I think. Imagine being impeached twice and being almost twice the minimum age and still getting president. It's literally insane. Itself might be a thing, though. Just JFK when you mentioned who's the youngest. Yeah, JFK is the youngest who's ever been elected. Somebody who was president was 42, which was Theodore Roosevelt, after the previous president was assassinated when he was, what was it? When he was vice president. Still making fun of him over a decade later. Worth it. Worth it. But hold on, I want to see why this press secretary is trending, other than absolutely making fun of fucking Bobby Scott. Sorry, Levitt. Her last name's Levitt. Oh, press secretary book. That's a different press secretary, though. There's a single staffer in the entire Congressional Budget Office that's contributed to the Republican since the year... What? I don't think many people know this. There hasn't been a single staffer in the entire Congressional Budget Office that has contributed to a Republican since the year 2000. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? A nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office? Okay. I'm fine with that. Hello? There's... Ugh. Ooh, sorry. I think that's the Pentagon press secretary or something. Because I just got a face full of her. And chat, do you want to see what this lady looks like? Do you want to see what I just scrolled into really quick? Because this shit is terrifying. Let me slide over. Let me make sure I get the capture right. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact, chat. Don't make eye contact. Trying to have a good day, yo? Hell yeah. It's Miss Business! No, Miss Business, I think, wasn't Miss Business black? Am I misremembering? I thought Miss Business was supposed to be black. Okay, I was right. I was remembering her right. Stares directly into her eyes. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Thanks, Dave ruined. I'm trying to have a good day. Absolutely ruined. Just taken out back and shot. All right. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, hello? Ah, shit. It broke it. It broke because it was still doing some of the changes. It was running a bunch of filters at once. So sometimes that happens. Miss Politic instead of Miss Business. Ooh. Too bad Hectic's not here to see that. Wait. Okay. Why are they talking about so many press secretaries? Wait, there's a fan account for the fucking press secretary? Parody account, no, commentary account, fan account with 27,000 followers. Don't mistake evil with dumb. The White House press secretary is smart, ruthless, awful person. Yep. It's between stupid and malicious, and sometimes the line between those two things is very, very blurred. What's that one saying? It's the don't attribute malice to things that you can attribute to stupidity. But in this case, they've made it to the highest office in the country. They're not stupid. They're malicious. Down before. All right. It's still funny that Orange Man's Hall of Presidents animatronic looks like a repurposed Hillary Clinton. Oh, right. I think I remember whenever that came out. Weren't there people saying that it looks like it's a repurposed one because the Hall thought it was a slam dunk that Hillary was going to win? Is she the one with the 60-year-old husband? I do not know about her husband. She's the blonde-haired one. No. Some of these are also old, but... Huh? Oh, this person thinks the fact that the old press secretary, Biden's old press secretary, wrote a book. He thinks that she's trying to cover something up? Okay. Wait, who is this? Fox News apparently asked a question. How mad will Trump be when he hears Elon Musk called his spending bill a disgusting abomination? Where's Trump? The press secretary responds, he already knows where Musk stands. It doesn't change his view. This is one big, beautiful bill. Okay, but why is this person posting it as if Elon Musk's fucking opinion matters? Someone writes the book sus. Wait, do you know how to write? It's a woman that knows how to write? It gets worse, chat. Biden's old press secretary is, I say worse in air quotes, hard air quotes. She's a black woman. And apparently she's gay. According to just one of the posts that I scrolled past, apparently she's a gay black woman. So you know what that means. Obviously it's a cover up and she's virtue signaling. She can write and read, burn her at the stake. Unacceptable. Next you're gonna tell me she knows how to do math. This is a joke. This is entirely a joke. Double heresy, look it up. Yeah, press secretary and her husband of 32. Ooh. Hate that. Hate that. Okay, I am done looking at this. But for some reason, VTubers EN is trending. And it looks like it's for no particular reason. Just because a bunch of people are using it. VTubers EN as in VTubers English. But it's literally just because so many people are making posts today using it, it seems. Yeah. Nothing special. Nothing special whatsoever. My god, it's a quad threat. Gay black woman literate? Whatever are we gonna do? VTubers Ian and it's not Marin. It's fine. I mean, let's see. Can I edit? I don't think I can edit. Add remove. No, it doesn't look like I can edit it. Why does my Twitter messages keep like glowing? It keeps glowing like I have a message, and it's been doing that since fucking yesterday. And it tells me that there's no notices. No fucking notices on who's messaging me. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything else interesting. Then again, some President Putin could be trending for some reason. Okay, 17 minutes ago. Why does this remind me of the Helsinki summit? President Putin says it's not Russia. I don't see any reason why it would be. Hold on. Do I want to know? This is apparently a tweet from Donald Trump. Finished speaking by telephone with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. The call lasted approximately 1 hour, 15 minutes. We discussed the attack on Russia's docked airplanes by Ukraine and also various other attacks that have been taking place by both sides. Will not lead to immediate peace. President Putin just said very strongly he's willing to respond to the that he will have to respond to the recent attacks in the airfields. We also discussed Iran and the fact that time is running out on Iran's decision pertaining to nuclear weapons, which must be made quickly. Huh? Okay. President. Well, no, he's technically isn't he president? His title's president, right? It's not like premier or prime minister or anything. Okay. But no, it looks like it's just a bunch of people commenting on that specific tweet by Trump. Okay. I mean, it means nothing. Nothing has changed because of this talk. Very obviously, nothing has fucking changed. Putin is just Putin, not prime minister or general secretary, whatever. He's Putin. He's Putin. He actively goes against all ruling expectation of the president. Will always make me laugh when I hear his title. True. Very true. Wait a second. Sorry, there's a video here of him standing in the rain. Okay, no, it's not. I was thinking for a second that his suit coat was still like sewn together. You know how like when you buy a suit coat and the flaps on the back are often like sewn together? For a second, I thought they were still sewn and I was like, oh. Hi, Annie. How are you doing? Are you tired? Are you okay? Do you need pats? Or would you prefer pats or would you prefer being thrown off a cliff? Sometimes we need to be thrown off a cliff. I do it every other week. But, okay, yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything interesting in here. It's just the same usual nonsense. Nobody can ban Bitcoin? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, sure. Sure. I just vomited in my mouth? Yeah, sounds about right. Both, to be honest. Okay. Pat. Kobe. Perhaps we should sew the sleeves together instead. The only world news I can find is suspected crypto kidnapping mastermind detained in Morocco. Ooh. Who just said that? Who said what? Also, did the stream streak go through? I see lights. I don't see. Oh, there's yours. Oh my God, 180? Jesus. Angel Steps, Doro. I see the Doro. Oh, no, wait, no, that's Demoro. Dumoro. But have you played or seen Nubby's Number Factory? I have not at all. Let me see. Nubby's Number Factory. This is a mobile game. That's a fucking mobile game. No. Absolutely not. You think Evolving Trump is either going to be a nothing burger or literally illegally guised as MAGA? Probably. It's the phone old sometimes just says no. Well, I see it on my feed. I just don't see it. Here, let me scroll up. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, there it is. I see it way up there. Never mind. I was just blind. It's Balatro Peggle. Ugh. Ugh. Not a fan. Not a fan. Absolutely not. But wait, are Switch 2s already out? Boat go bented, not my boat. My boat better not be bented. Are they already sending it out? Because there's a person posting a picture here that Nintendo apparently sent him a Switch 2. Pip Engine, welcome in. How was your stream? Releases tomorrow. Okay, so this guy just got it a little bit early. Pip, welcome in. How was your stream? World of Warcraft, you say? World of Warcraft, you say? All right, I got questions. That was a nice boat. They have a system lockout that makes the S2 unusable until day one. Okay, that makes sense. Bent. Why is that saying it's a bad word? Oh, the English, right? The British ruining words for people again. I have a question. Pip, you gotta tell me. For the Horde? Okay, that was one of the questions. Were you playing Classic? Were you playing Retail? What race and class? This is important. Nico, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. This is a bad word. What? If you call somebody a bent, it's usually like, I think it's a derogatory word for a woman. An old derogatory word for a woman. But it's not really used by anybody. Let me see. We can double check. Bent slang. Never heard that word in my life. Oh, here it is. British slang, disparaging and offensive. A contentious term used to refer to a woman or girl. Example sentences. From BBC. Oh wait, no, these aren't the right words. These are the example sentences. I think the dictionary.com may be using auto-generated recent event sentences. Because all of these examples are for a city called Bint Jbeil. A Lebanese city called Bint Jbeil. Every single one of them is. It just involves the name. It's not using the word in like any of its fucking uses. And then, yeah, at the top it says, examples have not been reviewed. So, you know. All right, let me see. Yes, for the Horde Troll Hunter Retail trying to get the race armor. Ooh. Well, I wish you luck. I don't remember if I got the troll armor, because at one point I did have a max level troll shaman. But I don't remember if I got because I don't think I use it. There's better like shaman armors that look like troll armors than the like actual like racial one. It's my OG tune. Hell yeah, mine still technically exists. Mine was a male Night Elf druid that when I first started, that was in Classic, and I played it all the way through to Mists of Pandaria, where I faction changed it to a troll druid. And then I believe in Legion, I faction changed the troll to a female Night Elf, and she's been that ever since. Been playing since launch? Hell yeah, dude. I played about 16 years. I haven't played in a while. I played a little bit recently. Not too much, like nothing crazy. But I did check out like a little bit of retail. I didn't get to do much of like the current expansion before that like 1 month I got expired. Space Goats, that's what I was playing. I was playing my Draenei Shaman. But mostly what I was doing was catching up a bunch of my characters because leveling became so easy and that there was new material, so I could just do the dragon expansion over and over on a bunch of different characters. And so I got them up to like the point where they could go do the new expansion. Kept me from drinking and doing bad things. Listen, I do suppose a WoW addiction may be a little bit better than like an alcohol addiction. Mostly. I have known some people that like, I have heard stories of I remember one guy being like, his parents like, if I remember correctly, his parents essentially cut him off and told him he had to go get a job, and he killed himself. I'm pretty sure is what I remember happening. Orc Warriors, my main that still exists. I had so many characters. Let me actually go see if I can battle.net. Because I signed in several months ago, I theoretically should be able to... Let's see if I remember my password. There's only so many options it could be. That didn't work. Okay, that's taking a while to load. That makes me think that that's the right one. Okay. World of Warcraft. I forget. How do you view your characters again? At least you can walk away and not get a DUI. True. True. Armory? Ah. I forgot the armory was still the thing. I used to actually have when I played it like a long time ago. What character did this just load? I don't know whose character this is. Okay. Yeah. Let me swing over. Let's get the screen up so we can reminisce like fucking little nerds for a second. All right. Chat, you're going to get to see how much of a fucking nerd I was at this game. So I basically stopped playing in Shadowlands. When I played recently, this was the one that I played the most, and I didn't even get it max. It's literally only level 77. And then I have, here, we'll go to all characters. This actually is not all of them. I think these are only the ones that I like signed into in the time that I played. And some of these aren't. Mauen. I did make an invoker and named it Mauen. Don't ask me fucking why. Don't ask me why. This was a monk that I actually, we'll say role played. I really wasn't into it. I was in a like night elf only guild on Wyrmrest Accord. Too bad you can't dual wield them as a warrior. Sad. Wait, dual wield what? I was gonna say there's I don't think we're gonna be able to see it on my warrior. Okay, yeah, because I'm on prot warrior spec. I usually play prot warrior, but whenever I play what was it called? The transmog's fucked right now because I'm pretty sure I was leveling C. She still has the fucking Heart of Azeroth. You can tell how long it's been since I've played it. The Heritage Totem weapon. Oh, I didn't realize it was a weapon. I thought it was a back piece. Interesting. This is the druid that I was talking about before. This is the one that my very first character that was literally my only character all the way through Mists of Pandaria. And then I made the shaman that I showed earlier. My mage, whenever my mage looks like this because I wanted to use the new textures and hairs and stuff when it came out. And I was like, I can't keep making the same like black-haired white woman. So it was like, I like the new hairstyles. I think she looks great. And she's a frost mage. I like frost mage. I didn't even finish the free trial. Hi, Pija. And then this was another blood elf. A lot of my characters are blood elves because most of the time when I was playing, I was in that blood elf guild. That was like where most of my activity in the game came from. So a lot of my characters, I like race changed into blood elves just so that I could keep playing them. Yeah. I like warlock too. I usually play demonology, but right now it's selected destruction because I think last time I was playing, I was doing battlegrounds. I'm pretty sure. But I didn't see The reason I know this isn't all my characters is because, like, my troll shaman isn't here. My horde warrior isn't here. Rogue's not here. I have a, like, at least level 60, I think. Level 60 of every class except for Evoker that came out since I last played. So most of them aren't showing up here. See, most of these are humans, Draenei, and night elves. 2 blood elves, 3 blood elves. My fucking hunter. Gross. The fact that I was leveling and I have like some of the ugliest fucking helmets and stuff on is so goofy. But yeah, those are most of my characters. Most of my characters. Maybe someday I'll go back to it. I don't know. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Let me go back to desk chat. All right. Toon limit a few times. Oof. Oof. Toon limits. Christ. I don't know. Maybe it's... I wonder why it's not showing... Are not available for WoW Classic characters. Okay, I knew that, but like... Where are the rest of them? Maybe it's because they were never signed into when I played. I just never signed into them. But also, how are you doing, Peacha? Welcome in. I didn't even finish the free... Okay, I read that already. Torn Heritage set has a totem back piece, but in Dragonflight... Ooh. Really? Okay, hold on. I want to look that up. Let me see. WoW Tauren totem weapon. Ancestor's Might? Okay, that's kind of neat. Wait, what do you mean you can't dual wield it as like a Fury Warrior? What do you mean I can't dual wield it as a Fury Warrior? Granted, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Wow. Mace. Here. I need the spiky mace. There's a specific mace in the game that I am like absolutely obsessed with. It's a 2-handed... I'm gonna have to go to Wowhead, aren't I? I'm gonna have to go look for this fucking mace on Wowhead. 2-handed maces. What the fuck is this sorting thing? Tools, database, items, weapons, 2-handed maces. It is literally only showing 4 things in here. Okay, there we go. That's better. Not any of these. I need to show chat my registered bonk stick. That's what this is. Because I don't see anybody else hardly ever use this mace whenever I play. But it's so fucking good. Oh, these are all classic for some reason. Well, there's the totem of Unholy Might. But these are all old. Am I on the... Oh, I am on the fucking classic. I am on the fucking classic. Why did I do this? Okay, 200 maces. God, how are these sorted? How are these sorted? It looks like these are sorted by release, I'm pretty sure. Here, let me see if I can change additional filters. PvP. Because I'm pretty sure it's a PvP mace. Unholy Might, like my love. Oh no. Finally gives fist weapons that look like... Ooh, I didn't know that. Okay, source. Drops from, drops through, drops... Obtained through PvP. Okay, maybe this will help. Because I'm pretty sure it's a gladiator mace. It was apparently wrong. It is not here. Upset. I don't need... Searching by... Let me see. Remove filter. Thing is, I'm trying to do this via... what do you call it? Via, like, the gallery, the, like, weapon gallery. So I have to fucking scroll. You always forget how many fucking, weapons there are in this game and how long this game has been going until you're looking at the interface and it's like, okay, guys, we're looking for a remove filter rule 34. Shut up. Absolutely not. And yeah, it looks like it's alphabetical instead of like data release. So I can't exactly be like, okay, I know how long I've had this weapon. Then I just need to look before that time period. Let me actually see if that's an option. Is there a sort option? Group by, level, source, usable, required level. Thing is, I can't even do the required level because if I do required level, the levels are different from when I remember. Hi, Dissife. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Couple emotes that have been going forever. WoW, Final Fantasy. What are some of the other ones? Hi, Pretzel. I'm trying to show chat my favorite bonk stick, but I'm struggling to find it. I'm pretty sure there's multiple iterations of it, and I still haven't found a single fucking one. I almost wish I could sign in just to show you because I know I marked it like as favorite in the game, but I'm only in the fucking H's, dude. I'm only in the H's. Ugh, Christ's sake. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? God, I wish I knew the name of it, like, off the top of my head. Okay. Still haven't found it. Providing a high-end support? Well, thank you, Dissife. Maple Storage, RAM Online, true. RuneScape. Old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape has been going forever. It also feels like new RuneScape has been going forever already. Am I blind? I hope I didn't pass it already. It shouldn't be. No, I don't think I passed it already. I'm in the S's right now. So I'm almost certain it's from the same set as still nothing. I only have like 2 pages left. Oh, I must have missed it. Oh, nope, I found it. I found it. It's the warmongering gladiators mace. Can I find examples? Did it have people posted pictures? Screenshots? There's no screenshots? Nobody's posted screenshots of this weapon? You're shitting me. Okay, maybe if I look at the bone grinder, maybe somebody's posted pictures. Not a single fucking one. Nobody's posted pictures with this weapon. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Okay, hold on. Let's get the screen back. We'll do a little hobble over. And thing is, that kind of sucks, is I just tried to click it. This was the weapon I was talking about. This is my bonk stick. I can't even like, I don't know how to, because there's a way I'm pretty sure to like view it in 3D. But like, it's this big gold spiky thing. But what about Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? I don't have Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Wellhead definitely does have one somewhere, but you can Google it to get the image too. That's true. Yeah, it's bonk stick, baby. Bonk stick. And dual wielding these, like, I'll, look at this dude. This is how I play Fury Warrior. Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Did somebody say Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker?
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Yeah, I think this came out in Warlords. This came out in Warlords of Draenor. Fantastic weapon. Fantastic weapon. And yes, its color changes based on your faction. It has red wrapping and red glow if you're Horde, but it's blue if you're Alliance. But yeah, that's that. That's that. That's just me nerding out for a little bit. I think that's enough of that nerding out. We are at 47 minutes. Did someone say Did someone say Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Happy Nintendo Switch 2 launch day. I picked up my new Super Baby at EB Games Australia's midnight launch event. Are y'all sure it's not... Switch 2 isn't open today? Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm glad I fucking turned off the screen because I just scrolled down on the hashtag Nintendo Switch 2. And apparently a Not Safe for Work artist posted a picture of Peach in lingerie playing on the Switch 2 to the hashtag. But one day, wait, what was this posted? One day, 33 minutes ago. Okay, that's Brazil. That's Nintendo Brazil. Deltarune is supposed to come out the same day as Switch 2. Oh. You had money for that? No, I don't. I not at all. I don't have one. I can't afford one right now. I did at one point consider adding it to Throne, but it's so expensive, dude. It's so expensive, and right now the only game I want for it is Kirby Air Riders, and maybe the Pokemon game if I would have the console before then. But the Pokemon game is also going to be on Switch 1 if I remember right. So I don't think there's much reason to get it yet. Define money. I have no money. I legitimately have no money. Well, I have savings, but that's all to get like my flight ticket and ship my PC and stuff. But in terms of any sort of money I can spend, I have none. I have none until payday. I love talking WoW. I usually talk about WoW on occasion when it comes up, especially since Pin rated in. A Peach. It was Peach, I am. It was Peach in like pink lingerie. Which was very... Oh. Chat, I forgot Cyberpunk was coming out on Switch 2. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need to be able to play Cyberpunk on the Switch. I don't need to be able to play Cyberpunk on the Switch. Okay, we'll be fine. It's gonna be okay, chat. I completely forgot that was happening. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need to own every single... Is that a Rob scooter in the new Mario Kart? Also, I'm sorry if you hear that thumping. That would be the laundry machine. Oh my god, there is. There's a fucking Rob scooter in the new Mario Kart. I can see OBS like picking it up, but again, I don't know if y'all could hear it just because of how low it is. But if you do hear it, that would be the washing machine that I started before stream started. And its cable is currently thumping the wall. But yeah, I'm looking to see if there's anything else trending underneath the Nintendo Switch 2 line, but I'm not really seeing anything. Besides people like just posting like the art that they made, being excited for it, or people like showing off that they're buying the console. Get it? Nothing new. Also, CP2077 on a Nintendo console is a house fire waiting to happen. Yeah, it does kind of feel like a house fire waiting to happen. I'm more impressed that they put what was it? The DLC on it. The DLC is apparently comboed with the Switch game, so you don't have to buy the DLC separately. Yes, Pretzel, what can I do for you? Switch 1 at a big discount a few months back. Know why now, but with two youngest kids, the magnetic Switch 2, I could see being an issue. True. Switch is very much a like family-friendly console in the general sense. But it's so expensive now, dude. It's so expensive with like the tariffs on top of it. Like, what is the cost right now? Let's go look that up. Let's do Nintendo Switch to, let's just like, let's look at Best Buy. We'll look at Best Buy. Best Buy, late night store opening hours. Ooh. I just want to know the cost. Systems. Okay, the website is lagging, which it doesn't bode well. $500. It is $500 for, this is the Mario bundle. It's $50 less, so it's $450. That's what I thought it was. And it says here it releases tomorrow. But yeah, it's $450 for a Switch. I don't think I will ever buy a Switch for anything unless it's less than $300. If it's more than $300, I don't think I'm touching that shit. Just because I don't have a lot of money. Although, chat, I'm not gonna lie. Do you want to talk about a little thing, a little secret doohickey that Faye pitched to me that may have given me a little bit of confidence to try something? But the same thing is, so the thing that Faye told me is she was like, your demeanor and your like voice is perfect to do like femdom stuff. But the thing is, I think that's gross. But I was like, oh, but like if I started using that site, it would be like I could have the income and stuff for it. But oh my god, the thumping is getting louder. But if I do that, then I also might as well just do the fucking like story YouTube. The games are stupid expensive too. The Mario combo makes Mario $50, which like Mario Kart isn't the worst, but yeah, it also looks like the games are gonna be stupid expensive. Yeah, I have a channel called the Dark Carnival Campfire where I plan on doing narrated stories. But I haven't had like enough time to record them, let alone I need to sit down, like, because I have a whole bunch of stories saved. And I already have permission from a bunch of artists. I've specifically messaged them and been like, I like your stories. Back when I initially read like part of them, I was like, if I want to do a narration of it, is that all right? And most of them like were like, yeah, totally, just go for it. The only one that wasn't, there was like one guy that was like, yeah, if you do them, and it's like part of one of like my multi-part series, you have to do all of them. You can't do like parts 1 through 3 and then not do 4 through 6. It's like, okay, that's understandable. Dark Carnival Campfire mentioned. Yeah, I have not, that channel has nothing uploaded to it, so you will probably not be able to find it. Once I start uploading stuff to it, that's when I will start making links and stuff for it. I will like add it to the website. I'll do all that jazz. Beneath the Bloodstained Sand, the song is stuck in my head now. Good. Looks like we have about 40 seconds till the ad break. I already have words on stream ready to go. Not find it, skill issue. I mean, maybe if you search it, it'll come up, but I do know that sometimes like YouTube hides channels that don't have any. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I'm gonna go put a meme in the Discord that I just scrolled past. Oh, hey, it serves. Hold on. Okay, where is it? Where is our memes page? There it is. It's the usual like console war thing. PlayStation is gay, Xbox is gay, Switch users. It's fine. It's fine. Time to take a loan out to buy video games? Absolutely fucking not. I took a loan out for school, and that's probably the damn near only thing I'm gonna take a personal loan out on. You'll never get me to do anything else. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's much of anything else. It's just people kind of regularly losing their mind over a new console release. The weird thing is how many people are currently freaking out over old games that are already going to be on the Switch too. There's a lot of posts of people being like, Breath of the Wild is going to run so great on it. I have no interest in Breath of the Wild. All right, screen time, chat. Let me get the ads for you. It's break time. Time to get words on stream. Time for iPad. Time for iPad. I need to run to the bathroom and go check my laundry because I started laundry before stream started. And it's very weird that it's been going now for almost an entire fucking hour. So... Oh, good song. Arson! All right, Ordained, you're in charge. Good luck. The port over fee for Switch 1 to games to 2. Wait, there's a port over fee? What's the fee? Is it not just having to, like, buy the same game again? Is it because of the what is it, the virtual cartridge? Actually, I'll ask that when I come back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta check laundry. I'll be back in a second. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. Y'all got fucking perfect? Wait, did y'all get perfect on the first one too? What the fuck? Ah, fuck. I owe you 40 squats now, you son of a bitch. All right. Let me turn the music down and also skip this song. Sorry, Bon Jovi. I need something peppier than Wanted Dead or Alive. Squats. Ladies. Squats. All right, we'll go to the full chat page. And then I need to do the 40 squats really quick. And we can get right back into this. Hello, tracking. All right. So I ordained 40 squats again. You rat fucking shitter. All right. Yes, Carrie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hey, Kevin. 12. Oh my God, is that Twitch's newest partner cat? Did I do 12 or was I thinking 12? Well, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And you're going to be on your best behavior, right? You're going to ace the interview and not be your little weirdo self, right, Carrie? Right? You can pretend to be a person, right? Right? But Bon Jovi, listen, I know, I like Bon Jovi too, but I want something peppier. All right, that was 20. I got to do 20 more. Bon Jovi owes you money? No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm not surprised Bon Jovi owes a cat money. All right, 20 more. Hi, Hectic. We were talking about you earlier. 11, 12, 13. Oh, wait, I don't know why I counted like that. I'd already done 20, so that was... I did 11, 12, 13, so that was 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right, Carrie, but you're not allowed to show them your laugh. That's illegal. That's illegal in 47 states. The states where it's not is Florida, Texas, and New York. All right. VTuber learns to count more at 7 and now the weather. Listen, VTuber's learning to count, not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Reading comprehension among VTubers, not a chance. Not a chance, dude. That's like asking him to fill out a job application. Oh, goodness. But I don't remember what it was, Hectic. I remember bringing you up earlier and being like, man, I wish Hectic was here to hear this. But now I don't remember what it was. For medical creds? Oh. So you have a foot in the door is what I hear. All right. Whew. Oh, yeah, Miss Politic. That's what it was. Oh, I wish I still had the picture. Oh, man, Hector, you're going to have to go look back in the VOD. There's a moment where we pulled up a picture of, I believe it's like the Pentagon's press secretary. Or Hegseth's press secretary. And she looks like the white woman equivalent of Miss Business. Hi, Macarena. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Hello. Wasn't it the scary senator lady? No, it was part of the press secretary thing, I think. Wasn't it? What are we arsoning today? We're not... Well, we could end up arsoning something in Blueprints. Hi, Rivet. How are you doing? All right. I think we're going to jump right into the game. That doesn't mean chatting's over, chat. Because this is Blueprints... Burn the manor down. That's not how you spell manor. She looks like if white privilege was the Nepo baby. Holy shit. Moderately pollinated, but at least steadily caffeinated again. Good. Marin found a way to yap during games. I mean, it is a very slow game. There's not like enemies that are chasing me. Nobody's trying to like shoot me. So let me go ahead and get the category swapped over. Let me see here. We are looking for... Blueprints. John and Don. And then we will need... Let me get the game open. Blueprints. Chat, I am not going to lie to you. I have been playing. I have been playing off stream. I played yesterday and I played like 2 days ago too. I found Miss Politics and yeah, I get that vibe. Okay, you found her? Yeah. The stare. Yay, arson. Hi, Simon. Gasp, how dare? What do you mean, how dare? All right, we're going to swing over to the full screen. Full screen. Gaming. Hello. And then let me capture the game properly. Boop. All right, chat. Do we want to leave our music on, or do you want to hear the dulcet tones of Blueprints? It's up to y'all. One's for our music, two for the dulcet tones of Blueprints. She can tell you what a Sakabambastis eats. She can run a carnival. She can eat your flesh and devour your soul, all while making toast and coffee. Correct. I like making wheat toast. I like my whole grain bread because I was raised on whole grain bread because white bread was too good for me. Dull tones on a Wednesday. I don't know what to do. One for music, two for just the sound of the game. So this is the sound of the game. This is the sound of the game. This is just music. 45? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Indifference. 3 for nothing and it's just Marin. Oh my god. All right. Sorry, Amaranth. No digital world right now. Actually, I shouldn't vote. I have my own music. That is totally fine. Even better, baby. I am totally fine with just vibing. Now, let me see. What day was I fucking on? So I did a bunch of things since we last played, chat. I figured out some of the puzzles. Quite a few of the puzzles, actually. I found the, what was it? I'm on 21. Oh, shit. I think yesterday I was like, yeah, I only did I'm on day 9 or 10. And then when I signed in yesterday, I was on day 12. And it's like, I'm just going to play a little bit. So we have 69 steps because I got a permanent upgrade now. I start with 20 additional steps every round. I've been working on, let me see. I know you can empty this for some reason. If we get the pump room, I've been working on that. So all of those blue flames over there, those are valves. I still need to find another one. I don't know exactly what room it's in or where it is, but I found valves. I found one valve in the apple orchard. I believe I opened this off stream, so we have this whole section open. That just connects to the driveway if we get the garage. Over here is a room that we can actually turn into things. All of these I've already done except for the tomb. So I've never done the tomb. So maybe there's a valve in here. I've heard there's some important stuff in here. But I've never been in here. I think there's Jesus, this thing is huge. Oh. Angel statues. So there was a journal I found in the apple orchard that said he wanted to replace the statue that was in one of the other rooms with a different angel. And I wonder if that's relevant to this. Yo, pizza angel chat? So it seems like I can... Let me know if y'all see a yellow valve or something too. So technically I don't... Oh, hello. Uh-oh. Open only in the event of my death. Uh-oh. Simon, here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I choose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there's no stronger bond of servitude than tradition and family tradition. Wait, then tradition and family tradition? Thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. Enjoy your lurk, Ordain. Hi, Jeffman. What day was I fucking on? Listen, every other day. Every day that ends with Y. Turns out they're not dead yet and this is just preparations. No. Although I have gotten a hint seeming at We know that our mother, technically, this man's daughter who wrote this letter, has been missing for a while. And it's been slight hinted that he had something to do with it. I don't know any other details, but it's only been like slightly hinted that something the grandfather did led to her disappearance, probably. True, we haven't opened the coffin. Must forsake you, add another page to your father's memory, or your mother's, or mine. In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambition. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition, that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped us in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if those words might grant you strength to bend, if not break those chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room will become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon the spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that the grand gesture can be as effective as they are theatric? I think is what that says. In Suvin turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within Smoslim dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition. I didn't really notice anything of like crazy import in that. Hello. Why are you sticking out? Can't interact with it. That doesn't look right. Okay. I'm late. Are you winning? No, we just started. We're literally only in the first room. We opened the tomb outside, so there's a lot of, it's very large, and this is only a single, oh, hello. I don't know if I'm able to light those later, or if that's just decoration. Coins. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? Which is what makes me think that there's something else here. There's another tomb here. No letter, no markings. Maybe it's his dad's. Technically our like great grandfather. Not great grandfather. And see, there's these other they seem almost random. So there's gotta be a puzzle. Candles here. So anytime we get a dead end room now, we're gonna get like a bunch of money down here, so that's gonna be nice. Should I try just putting all their arms down? I wonder. Down. Okay. It seems like there's almost an angel for like every would-be job in the manor, I think. So at one point, hold on, I do have my notebook over here. So I have a bunch of stuff written down. One thing I wrote down that I remember being an angel statue, it was marked Milla, but I don't remember which statue that was. We may just have to come back and hopefully we get the cloister. I don't know if we will. But that's definitely a puzzle of some kind. I hear tapping on my window. I'm on the second floor. Let me in. Let me in, Carrie. Let me in. All right, now we can go in and actually start doing the rooms. Got lots to do, so listen. Lyric, well, thank you, queens. All right. So there's a couple things I know we can do. I know we still need to like make a power hammer. Oh, hold on, my eye itches. Let me get in pants grab. No. Give me my allowance. So we even start this with fucking... Okay. So, corridor. There's a lot of weird methods to doing this. And I know where there's certain... Okay, I want the... Oh, I don't have a gem. Oh, I have to pick. All right, we'll make a dead end. That's fine, because it'll be good to have the gem and the key. And then next time, hopefully we can get the drawing room again. Yeah, we'll do the den here. Give me that. Okay. Not exactly useful, so spare room it is. Perfect. Fuck it, why not? Wait, fuck it, why not? Couldn't do any harm to me that my parents haven't already tried? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I'll put the chapel here. That's fine. There was also another thing I found in the apple orchard. It was like, apparently there's like a secret stat. Ooh. Yeah, I want that. I want some of the special items. Okay, there's 3 of them. Where's the 4th? There it is. Lockpicking set. Don't mind if I do. Yeah. I'm fine with losing a little bit of gold. I have low willpower. Watching this game makes me want to play too. Listen, it's fine. Gymnasium. Gymnasium's fine. We're also a-okay with losing a couple because we started with like so much extra. I have a plan. We're gonna make this another dead end. A sleeping mask. Ooh. That's really good. So, oh, hello. Garage keys. Okay. Drawing room. We need the drawing room because there's a puzzle here that I never realized before. Okay. I was wondering why this room felt like it was like relatively empty, but there was still like so much on it. And so there was like a letter. I can't remember exactly. It was, so small gate, wide gate. Do all of them count, or do only specific ones? If you don't catch it earlier, yeah. Haven't watched this game, thought it was just a puzzle game, not that you explored and placed rooms like the trail and the house on the hill. Yes. Yes, Carrie. Wait a minute, I forgore? Forgore what? What did you forgore? So like each of these has, but I don't think it's, I think it's specific ones. Let me see. Maybe it's not. I have something written down, but I don't remember what it's for. I do also have the periodic table numbers like written down. Oh, I just realized I don't have 5 written down for some reason. We'll have to check that if we get to the, shit. I don't remember how this one is supposed to work. It has something to do with the paintings, obviously, but, which redeem? The honk one? If the honk redeem is working? It seems to be. Why is there a spoon in my table chair? You fucking tell me, Carrie. Is it 1, 4? Because it looks like there's no. Oh, there's a variety of 5. Shit. I don't remember how to do this one. I guess we'll have to come back to it because I don't remember it. Hold on, let me see. I don't think I have a number written down, but I don't remember what it's for, and I don't think this is for this. Yeah, I think that was for something else that I was working on. What the dining room here? Honestly, I probably should have re-rolled it since we're in the drafting room. So I'm just going to do it here instead. And we want security. Security! All right. We don't have a card. So we have to do the annoying thing that I have to do every time I do a run. And that's fucking turn this down. Turn this off. And then I don't think there's anything else I can do. Let's see. Okay, those are the coins that have already spawned in the tomb. We can't do that. We don't have a card. There's the laboratory. Speaking of the laboratory, no, we're gonna do the pantry. Gib orange. Gib this. We'll make a room, but I don't know. Ah, darn it. Darn it. Showroom. Oh, we don't have enough for that. Yeah, we'll do this. So I've already done the, I've got the secrets that were already in here. I found, oh, son of a bitch, dude. I found out the secret for this room is if you have like the nuclear shelter and you get this room, then, oh, fuck, dude. Had to be the fucking furnace. All right, we got to go back the other direction. Was the orchard wasn't? I think it was. I think that was the date that was on the tree. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. And that's how I got through the gate. Darn it. Yeah, we'll get bedroom. Because we get a lot more because we have the sleep mask. Now, I don't think there's anything special here because it's a pawn room. And I haven't quite figured out what the puzzle for that is. Rumpus room. We'll take the Bordeaux. Because it also counts as a bedroom. And then this one we already opened. So I get a free gem from it. And then I've read this letter already. Apparently we're looking for more of those. I think there's like 8 of them. But yeah, I figured out that puzzle on my own. Turns out we could have done it. Foyer. Oh. Oh, I get it. Baron Count J. Major. There's Baron Thomas. And Lord. So there was a puzzle earlier, and I believe it was the office that I couldn't figure out before because I didn't know who was who. Boiler room. Fuck, we don't have any gems. You're shitting me. Damn it. Damn it, dude. The worst. The absolute worst. Ugh. I think we're going with Nook. just so that we can keep moving forward. Oh. That was the dining room. That's okay. We're probably actually gonna have to go backwards because I feel like we're gonna end up with like a dead end in a second. Hell yeah, nailed it, baby. Not even close. Forced to take a dead end. I'm so upset. I don't think we have anything. I'm gonna go ahead and get coat check just in case we need to like come back here. Now the only thing I have in here is a key. I have a vault key, a vault that I have not even been to that room yet. Crashed. Hi, Gaia. Nook. Okay, we got to go back. We're about to spend a lot of movement going back. And my goal is to get to the dining room because we hit rank 8. Oh, hello. Oh, that would have been so useful a minute ago. Oh, I hate that I missed that. That fucking sucks. All right, Gibfish. What bonuses do you have? If you have an aquarium, we do not have an aquarium, but that is okay. Lesbianus. What? Carrie, did you make that quote after I said let's be honest? Okay. So if we go out the west side, because now we have that the hallway all the way down here. Oh, y'all can't see it, it's behind me. No, question mark? You don't sound confident, Miss Ma'am. All right, we gotta go through the den. I still swear there's something in here. Like maybe there's a tool or something I need, but I feel like that room has something. Okay. Is this way? Fuck. Reroll it. You know what? We'll take the archives. We'll Gamba. I would have liked to avoid getting the fucking furnace, but I got blinded by it. Also, good lord, all the fucking power things here. Kennel? Yeah, kennel. Puppy. This, I still haven't figured out. Lesbianus Mechanicus was my joke. Oh. Is that 3 holes in one thing? I never realized that, and I don't have a fucking shovel for it. Oof. Oof. We'll get the parlor. We'll get the parlor. That's fine. I'm really avoiding the gem at all cost. So if I remember correctly, that coin purse will actually give us extra coins for like each amount that we pick up. Box with a true statement. Statement on the blue box is true. 2 of these statements are true. I swear, with all the options for this, it's basically a fucking guessing game. Garage. We have no fucking... Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. All right. You have no gems. Now we have a gem. And a book. Because I signed a book. Clara Epson, January 9th, 61. Jesus. Contains the complete star base, list of constellation, observe effects that accompany the appearance of each one, depending on the number of stars. Okay, so this is basically an identical version. Oof. Draxus. Okay. And everything else in this room, I'm pretty sure is just like recorded stuff. It's just scores, to my knowledge. Darn it. We gotta use the key. Veranda. Fuck, we only have 1 gem. Do I risk it? Is it gonna be the gem? Oh, thank God. Wait a second. There's a puzzle. There's the safe in here. I haven't done the safe. Oh, I see you. Yoink. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I know about this one. D8. There was a method to this. I'm trying to remember what it was. D8? Fuck, I don't remember how this puzzle works. Wrong question mark context? What? Does Nook need money? Oh, good lord. I don't think this is like December 8th, is it? I don't think so. I don't think it's like... I did that wrong. Or is it December 8th would be... Oh, that worked! Gimme. Okay, this is the second letter. December 8th. M, I think is what that letter is. Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or two. It's all lining up. All of our hard work is about to come to fruition. I've just learned that several members of the museum's guard are sympathetic to our cause. We suspect two more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a trial run. Assuming the red print we have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. We should begin these trials without delay once you arrive. If you can, within the next 2 months, fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us of the presence of the servant staff until we meet on the shores of White Sands. Caleb. Yes. Oh. So there's the... Oh, okay. So they were potentially the perpetrators of the jewel heist we read about. We actually read about on stream. Marin, go solve. Listen, I'm trying my best, okay? Now we need to get the office because I know how to do that puzzle now. Okay. Let's do this. To the shores of Karnaca? Maybe. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. All right, we're gonna get a courtyard. Because... we got a shovel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Turnip. Don't mind if I do. Jewels. Yeah, I think I got an upgrade to this one so that it gives me jewels. Okay, what do we have here? The closed exhibit. Our security locked. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hello. Dear children, the pieces are in place and all rigid cogs have been greased. However, if our ambitious plans are to succeed, we must strike this Tuesday. The routine changing of guard personnel on the first of each month means the opportunity we have created for ourselves will likely never be so opportune. If we wait even one additional week, the window will be closed. On Tuesday, there'll be 3 royal guards stationed at Learson Hall, 2 of which will be wearing black gloves in lieu of the traditional white. It'd be wise to sacrifice almost everything to avoid the white-gloved guard, striking only when he takes a recess. The 2 black-gloved guards have been instructed to bind, blind, and gag themselves to spare us the precious extra minutes it would take your group to execute that task on their behalf. However, they also means that once we reach the exhibit, we'll surely be on our own. May the black shores guide us. May the black skies shield us. May our fathers be proud of us. In arms, your faithful soldier, Pharaoh. Oh, I don't see any hands. Oh. So I did one of these similar puzzle boxes before. But... I don't... In the last puzzle box, they would move and do something. Ah. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. We're getting somewhere. So they seem to go left, but I can bite, and I also, because I need background noise while I make someone's model. Ooh. Hey, party peeps, the cast everyone's randomly at some point this week. Get free caffeine. I have free caffeine. Gamer subs. Okay. So, probably gonna have to reset it because now it doesn't seem like these are doing anything. So we now know that it seems like... I can't quite figure out what these are doing. Wait, why aren't they doing... Okay. Okay. Darn it. Okay. So... It seems when I click the blank ones, they always move to the left. So, we're in default position here. Okay. Okay. But... But why do they change when I click them now? Reset it again. Do this. Okay, I need a blank space of some kind. I'm having caffeine intake via coffee while putting together a new chair. Ooh, new chair. Okay, Fraggle Fraggle. Puzzles, dude, puzzles. Okay, what are we missing? You're supposed to be able to, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to always be able to do these boxes, like when you find them, because I did it in, I think it was the trading post. But the trading post didn't have a red square. And these all seem to work differently. Okay, is anybody else understanding this puzzle? I'm always open to help. I'm always open to help. So I know for sure clicking these moves whatever's in row with them to the left. Okay, I'm pretty sure we just stacked these, but how did I do that? Okay, maybe I have an idea. Hold on. Son of a bitch. Why does it always work to the left? Because see, now these are stuck. So do this. And then I can't move anything. Never mind. So, because we obviously need to get the red in all four of the corners. But but only when I move these others. I don't know why it disappears like that. Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh, it's another allowance token. So this one gives me starting money at the beginning of the game. So that increased it by 2. So is there actually anything I can do in here? It looks like that's a doorway back there. But it's not. It's not apparently an actual door. So I wonder... So I found out that apparently a lot of the puzzles rely on, like, knowing the date. And I think it's... I don't remember for sure. Somebody may be able to correct me that's played this or knows it. The very... Day 1 is November 7th. Hair is finally done. I need to rest. Well, enjoy your rest. I did a funny thing. What did you do? What did you do? What is it, Sunstar? Okay. Okay, so we got that puzzle. Okay, we'll go through the bottom part of the courtyard. This is a good fucking run, though, dude. Okay, I think we're gonna put the billiards room here. Because I think this always gives keys. If I remember right. When we do the math problem. 20, 23. 10, 1, 2. 11, 10, 100. Okay, where is it? 20, 14, 28, 4. Okay. Keys! Go look in media of your server. Yes, I'm an idiot. Yes, I do deserve to be thrown out. Uh-oh. All right, hold on. This is... If you're telling me this now... Not memes. Where is it? Is it media, you said? I don't see it. What's the issue? Baron face say nice? What? What do you mean? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, we know it can't be the weight room, so let's just do this. Let's just see what we get. Oh, hell yeah, guest room. Actually, really good. And we get another key. See, this sleep mask is doing fucking work, dude. So now... Oh, no. Fuck. I didn't even realize it earlier. Ah, this blows. Oh, we still have a dark room, but... Pretty sure both of those are security cards. Do we have... We have a commissary, don't we? Where is it? Where is the commissary? Wait, did we not get the commissary? I thought we did. Pantry. Maybe we just saw it and I didn't get it. This is unfortunate. I kind of flubbed this run. Yeah, that's where we got the 2 extra. We can go get the money that's in the tomb, but it's not going to do us any good because we don't have any, like, purchase rooms. Oh, man, this was such a good run, too. Fuck. We still have literally 73. Actually, one thing we need to do is we're going to the kennel really quick. Just to see what we can find. Because there's so many holes here. Pebbles. Coin. Coins. Yes. Okay. I'm just double checking to make sure. We can't get the center space that's like right over my shoulder under the dark room because yeah, we're just gonna go to the tomb and get the money. There's not much we can even do with the money. I just kind of want to pick it up because it's a lot of shmoney, and who knows, maybe there's an achievement for carrying a lot of shmoney. Maybe we can go find a puzzle to do out here or something. I don't know. I do not know. Because we still have fucking 64 steps up there. Insanity. Insanity. This would have been such a good run. We would have had so much time to just kind of like lollygag. Oh, key. Neat. Too bad we didn't get a metal detector. Because apparently... Where did they put the coins? It said it's supposed to be spread out throughout the tomb, but... I haven't seen any. Another hole. There's one coin. Okay. Chat, dare I look up how to do this puzzle? Dare I? Did it get gathered somewhere else? I don't think we had a conference room. Oh no, here it is. All of it. Okay, so it does come down here, but it seems like it only goes to this. 62. 62. And we have nothing to spend it on. Hey, this one was still up. Money, money. Money. Okay, there's something to do with these angels that I don't understand. And I really don't want to lose, like, get nothing out of this run. We didn't even make it to the foundation. I'm really upset about that. Curse you, furnace. Yeah, we didn't even get a kitchen. We didn't get inspect the chapel. Commonplace, drafted 20 times. Do I need to go to the chapel? Oh. The stained glass windows. Okay, yeah, we got plenty. We'll just go to the chapel. We'll just go to the chapel. Thank you, Greencastle. How are you doing? Welcome in. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I looked at the stained glass windows like yesterday when I was playing, and it just didn't click that it was something important. Go this way. Oh no, we gotta go this way. I was wrong. Sometimes it's hard to see where the doorways are. All right. Oh. But is this an order? Is this an order that I have to put them down in? No. Hers is up. Down. Down, down. So is it every single one is down? Except for this one? Maybe you have to do it in order? You see, I'm gonna do this really quick. So what I'm gonna do is, where's one? Looks like that one in the back's not important. One. Okay. One is the angel with the hoe. Don't laugh at that, chat. Keep it mature. Two is the baker angel. Too late, too late. Shut up. Shut up, every single one of you. Is the pitchfork angel. Four right here. Four is chimney sweep. Yeah, it looks like a chimney sweep up on the rooftop. All right, five. Five is the maid. And then there's a 6 and a 7. Let me just write those first. You're the 7th, the like night one. With, I'm pretty sure that's kind of a mace, but it looks more like a Catholic thing. And then, okay. 6 is the rider. Okay. Okay, so we have those. Oh, what I didn't do though is write them all down. So the only one I need to know that's up seems to be the knight. So do that. Okay. So there should be 7 statues down there, I'm pretty sure. And the only one that's up is that one. So what I'm going to guess is I'm going to go put them all back in like default position, which I'm pretty sure is all up. So we'll have to go put them all up again. Which one's the angel? Which one's the hoe? Shut up. Bad Daedric. No, you're not supposed to make fun of angels. Now, excuse me, I'm going to have my gamer subs over here and fantasize about angels. And an artist I remember that got famous making giant angels. Thank God. Thank God. It's nice when you need to till the ground. True. Okay. So that's the chimney sweep. Pitchfork. Oh, it didn't go up. All of these up. Here's the night one. That's the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I think we're about to have an ad break. Christians say so. Not in my corner. Not in my corner, baby. Hold on. Did we get all of them in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We do have all of them. So we'll do this puzzle after we come back from the ad break, you guys. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I am getting hungry, but there's also not really anything to eat in the house right now unless I go scrounge up the old bag of walnuts I have in the pantry. Well, it's not a big bag. It's like maybe like 2 handfuls of walnuts left. But here, we'll get the music for this. And then we can just chill for a little while. Famps! Famps! Is that thunder? It's sunny outside. What the hell? I swear I heard thunder. I want walnuts. Walnuts are pretty good. Walnuts are pretty good. Okay. Hold on. Why do I have notifications in places that almost never have notifications? Who's pinging me? Hold on. I'm required to do the react with like the angry ping emotes. I don't make the rules. Okay. Ooh, we may have a new stream game in the future. Perhaps. Or it'd be more of one that like goes on for like the entirety of the stream. That's just like a little overlay game. Hey chat, do you like bingo? Do you want to make stream bingo with me? I was gonna say it's not one that would work for commercial breaks. Hi Jeffman. Extra comf. Heat lightning? Maybe. But we did have a thunderstorm last night. Maybe I just can't see the storm clouds from where I am, but it sounded like thunder. If it was the rocket test, I would like feel it, and that definitely was not the rocket test. Unless the rocket just straight up exploded. We still have a whole minute, so I'll give y'all another round. One more round. Hold on, I'm double checking to see if I have any extra programs running. More stream games to ace? Nah, they're not going to be like crazy. I need to figure out like prizes for them. Maybe. Me on the other side of the block waiting Marin to go around. Why aren't you coming around the block? It's fine. Marin says hi every time I talk. Hi, Jeffman. Hi, Jeffman. How are you, Jeffman? All right, we got 30 seconds in the ad break, which means that this game will probably end about the same time. Don't botch it, chat. Don't botch it. Don't blow it at level 9. You better not. Fireball? Like the drink? Or like actual fireball? I think I know the answer because it's ordained. I'm pretty certain I know the answer because it's ordained. Hi, Chris. What the fuck? Where did it go? Is it over? Ad break's over? Okay. I was not looking at the timer. All right, we'll finish this and then we'll get back to doing this puzzle. I still have it written down, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let's do this. Where's my... Take the jacket off. There we go, baby. Now we're cooking with peanut oil. Almost done with the model on the first part. Afterwards, I need to make them thick. What do you mean afterwards you need to make them thick? Are you drawing the model right now or are you rigging it? I have more speed, so my turn goes first. Amazing. I roll higher on initiative. All right, at least you passed, chat. You didn't blow it. You didn't blow it now. All right, Crazy Train, cease and desist. Resume. Okay. So we need to do the angel with the hoe first, which is right here. The baker, which is over here. Did I get turned around? There it is. There's the baker. The one with the pitchfork. Chimney sweep, which was right behind me. The maid, which is right here. And the rider, which is right here. Sorry, I just turned up the game volume in my ears. That's the entrance. No, because the knight has her arm up. So I don't think I need to change the knight, do I? Do I need to do the knight now? Because her thing was still up. So I wonder, did something open somewhere? Maybe I did it wrong? Yeah, so let's try putting her arm down and we'll see what happens. Oh god, I turned up the music and now the piano is just pounding in my head. Okay, now we'll put her arm down. Oh! Oh! Okay, there we go. No, we do have to put him down just in order. Okay, so maybe the pictures actually didn't have anything to do with it. Tunnel. Oh. Oh. Okay. Welcome to the catacombs. We'll go that way in a second. Hi. Oh. An underground map. Okay, so... Yummy bones? There are bones here! Why can't I ever take these pieces of paper? Why can't I ever take you with me? Oh, I wonder where that is. Little pieces on the floor. Oh. Okay, that was a coincidence. Is she pointing to the island and the reservoir? The reservoir is still technically full because I didn't... Why are you dark? You don't have pockets, that's why? What the fuck? Oh. Okay. I don't know if that's the rotunda, but because I haven't been able to get the rotunda yet. Oh. Can I push it? Oh, it's as far as I can push it. I'm just gonna bring it all the way over here for now. Because I feel like maybe... Oh. Ooh, an upgrade disc. Okay, hopefully we'll have enough time to go turn that in. What is that? Something cement? Foundation elevator. Concealed entrance, cliffside exit, minecart. There's one of the carts. I can see the track way down there. Rotating gear. North lever. Ooh. Torbeck doesn't see any yummy bones. No bones. Yeah, so this is the reservoir water level. We would have to lower it to be able to use this, I'm pretty sure. but we didn't get the pump room, so we can't. It's also, oh, yep. So we can't actually. So in order to progress underground, now, we both have to get lucky enough to get the tomb and the fucking pump room. I wonder if this, though, is... I wonder if this section, though, counts as the reservoir or if it's something else. That's just a curiosity thing. No bones in catacombs. Okay, so... Yeah, we need to go all the way back and find a computer. Which, we have a security room, so at least we have a computer. Just trying to see if this was... Maybe this is under the rotunda, because this also looks like the rotunda a little bit. Pewter. Yeah, we're gonna go find pewter. I like my pewter. It's where all my friends are. All right, so can't do anything with the gear right now. It seems like, because we can't get over to the other section. So yeah, it looks like we can't do anything down here until we lower the water level with the pump room, which I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the water levels that you change with the pump room are permanent? Question mark? I do not know. Where bone? Is it under the sauce? Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. Oh God, the things I would do to have pizza again right now. I had pizza over the weekend? Question mark. Pretty sure I did. Pretty sure I did. Also, I'm curious, is anybody who's played this game, do you know how to turn on the fourth thing here? Do you know where the fourth gauge is? That fourth flame over there? So I've gotten two from the like schoolhouse and the hovel. And then I got the one from the apple orchard. I don't know where the fourth one is. No pizza for the go-round? I wish I had the pizza. I wish I had the pizza. I wish I could get an expensive pizza. All right, where is the security room? Best way to the security room. Looks like it's through the chapel. Yeah, we'll have to go through the chapel. That's fine. We still got 60 coins, baby, and nothing to spend them on. No special keys. Because if I got a special key, I could honestly make it all the way to the coat check, no problem. And turn it in and have it for the next time we needed it. We didn't get any of the garage. We have so many fucking bonus items. I'm so upset that flubbed, man. Oh, man. Dare I also look up how to do this one so that we can open that safe? I kind of want to. All right. Insert disc. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna be able to upgrade? So many bones items. Parlor upgrade. Ooh. Okay. What do we get? 2 wind-up keys. Oh, a 3 gem prize. Gem prize is equal to red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box... Ooh. Funeral parlor. I don't think I want that. Maybe I can turn it into the funeral parlor in the future if we get another upgrade for it, but right now I'd much rather have 2 wind-up keys. Because that means we can open 2 boxes. 2 out of the 3 boxes gives us a higher chance of winning. Okay. So, and because we basically get a parlor like every fucking run, that's even better. Okay, so we're gonna do we die if we open it with less than 30? I think so, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Chat, can I go cheat? Chat, I'm gonna go cheat. Go cheat a little bit, because I don't remember how to count this. We lost our legs. We're not lost. It's just I want to do this safe. What is it? Yeah, we'll do this. Marin go cheat? Me cheating in a puzzle game? Never. Not a chance. No way in hell. Want a little bit of help drawing. Okay. Because I don't remember the paper, and I don't remember where I found the paper for this. Oh, okay, okay, it's only small gate. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Where is it? So, the only ones with small gates are that guy and this lady. So, we'll do the guy with the small gate first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we have 15 of those. And now we got to do the woman. So 15 of 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it only 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so would it be... Let me in. Let's do clear, because I think we... 0, 4, 1, 5? Yes! Ew! 6. Dearest Mary, I know the events of the past year have catapulted you into a world you may not have been ready for. It's cruel, the way time rips through our lives, leaving them barren and fruitless like wind-scarred plains. Throughout this all, I know your principal concern has always been Simon. You didn't need to confide in me yesterday for me to realize that fact. Everyone who knows you understands this. I'll take full responsibility to ensure that regardless of how your current project pans out, Simon is shielded from any fallout and, God forbid, repercussions. A child should never suffer the inequity of their parents. I, of course, write you all this in the hope that I can set your mind at peace when imagining the worst-case scenarios, not because I think such an outcome is likely. No, Mary, I have few apprehensions and fewer fears. Assuming everything goes according to plan, you should be reunited with Simon again before his 10th birthday. And while 2 years might seem like a eternity to a mother, I've always heard the days pass by quickly in the East. As for me and you, I have already come to terms that our meeting yesterday was very likely our last. I'm too old and too stubborn to ever leave this place. I am too attached to the home our family has built up. Room by room, yes, I have a strong premonition. I will be buried in red soil under red flags, a compromise I know you yourself would never accept. It's been a joy watching you grow up and getting to know you. Your mother and I spoke of little else during your school days. I know she'd feel the same bittersweet pride I feel now to see you following in your father's footsteps and making the same sacrifices he did. Farewell, my marigold. We will yet meet again. Your Uncle Herbert. Okay, so that's about our mom. So she left. So maybe he didn't actually, like, send her away or do something with her. This we already ate. I don't think there's any other secrets in any of the rooms that we have. Does anybody know if the furnace has a secret? I don't think the furnace has a secret because I don't think we can open it, but we got enough steps to kind of like lollygag around. So let's see real quick. Maybe it won't open unless we have power, because this is, the vent is also like the power from one of the other, from what is it, the power core? But, well, damn. Hi, Kethel, how are you doing? Playing the awesome architecture game? I really like it. We had a good run, but now we're kind of hosed, if that makes sense. I was just looking around to see if there was any more secrets that I know of that I hadn't done yet. But I think we've done all the ones that I know of. We did all the dig holes there. We've done the puzzle there. I'm always welcome to, like, any input if people know of any puzzles that, like, I may not have done, but currently on the map, we've done all the ones we can. So the next one, we've got the foyer, and I know what we need to do for the office next time we get it, and we can open the safe in the office. But I think the office is also like a gym place. I wonder. You know what? We have not gotten the bank vault once. So what I'm going to do is we are going to go back. Where am I? We're going to go back and I'm going to swap out the item that's in the coat check for the sleep mask. Because this is only like the second time I've ever gotten the sleep mask. And it is crazy good. And then that's probably where this run is going to end. Because we have a vault key here that I put in here a long time ago. And I just think having a sleep mask ready to go is going to be super useful if we get an early coat check. Which is possible. It is possible. Do not climb in the furnace for secrets. Yeah, I did not think that was going to go well. Okay. Next. Chat, I suddenly got to pee. And we still have like 35 minutes until the next one. Okay. It's also starting the game now with like permanently having 70 bonus things is really nice. So we're not going to go into any of these rooms, but I'm going to go ahead and like trigger all of them. Ooh, early closet. Give me the fucking closet, dude. We'll put a den over here. But we're not going to go into that one. And then spare room. So what I'm trying to do is I'm basically trying to spider my rooms out. All right, let's go get the outdoor room. I want to see what our options are out here. I usually do this like first since I've unlocked it because it's very useful. Especially if it's... Ooh. We're going to take shelter. We're going to take the shelter. And I actually know now how to do this. We're going to have to do some math together, chat, and I'm going to need your help on this one. So I found out to do this, you don't pick the date like IRL. You have to pick the date of the game itself. So we are on day 22. And I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check this. I'm pretty sure the game starts on November 7th. And we have to count the days forward to do it. But let me double check what the date was. Because... that's not it. Day one is the 22nd. I think it's actually one like down because I think it technically counts it the day of, because day one itself is November 7th, which means you would technically only add 21. So it would be the 28th, technically. And then, but first, I have some stray shit open. Is it the 7th? I need to know. But where is it? Where are you? Date. Okay, it is the November 7th. It does start on November 7th. So, theoretically, so it would be the 28th, right? So I would need to make it November. Oh, I gotta go all the way up. I can't go down to get to the higher numbers. And then I want to make it, I don't know what current time it is. So it's technically, I think it's open for 24 hours. So we actually want to open it like really early. And I don't know how, I honestly don't know how to sign into the, like, the terminal itself now. I don't think we found the password for that. Now, I wish there was a clock in here, because technically I think we start like in the morning. Can I change it? Can I like change the timer on it? Make it like, make it noon? Using the in-game date rather than the IRL one is also a refreshing twist to the idea. I think so too. Let me double check something, because I think... You know what's funny? The example I pulled up, this person has an example here, and it's count the number of days starting from November 7th until present. For example, day 22 that we are currently on is November 28th. Huh. Okay. As such, we recommend setting the time to 10 a.m. Oh shit. Well, maybe I should have set it to 10 a.m. Because apparently it's roughly 5 minutes IRL time is equal to... what was it? Wrote the guide for Past Marin? Listen. I think we have to wait for it. Unfortunately, I don't know why they did not put a clock down here. And there's no, like, we don't get like any sort of, what's the word? Assistance in terms of like clocks in here. So chat, I'm gonna leave you in charge of this time lock safe. And I need to run and go piss. I need to go piss. Need to go piss, girl. And I will be back in a minute. Do not burn anything down. I brain farted. Should we put a pin? Gossip girl? No. Not Timmy's toilet. Oh no. Can you do a small pin for me that just says like I ran to the bathroom while we're waiting on the time safe? Sunstar? Please and thank you. Enjoy the cool ambiance, chat. All right, what happened? Did it open? Is it supposed to auto open? I don't know if I'm supposed to like try to open it. What happened? What happened? Here, let me make myself a little bit smaller. There we go. There we go. Okay. No! Open sesame! Damn it. Oh, was that the computer starting up or was that nothing at all? Oh. What's that beep? Remains open for 4 hours. Is it just gonna... just start whistling? We have a din, so we can actually go check the time. So hold on. Let's go all the way to... Yes, you have to set the date, which we did. It was November 28th. So we have a din, so there's a clock in the din that we can go check. So it's not 10 yet. Okay, that's why. I guess I'm just really impatient. So we still have a few minutes until it opens. So let's do a couple more rooms. Or at least open some. Ooh, secret passage. Ooh, yes. Okay. Pantry. So in a second, we'll do the secret passage before we go through the pantry. I'm fine with spending some of these extra points. So what I want is... Ooh. Gold sink. I was gonna say we could do the green thumb because I know 2 of the fucking levers are in the garden. But instead, if we do this, we can get other things. Yeah, we'll get the aquarium. And then chapel. Chapel will have to do. Okay. I don't think we're gonna ever get like as much money as we did before. So we're gonna get the commissary here, but it'll be good to have because we don't have the tomb right now. Let's go this way. Is the legitimate aqua room? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It counts as every other color. We'll do parlor because I want the gems. So now we get 2 wind-up keys. Hell yeah. K-Kona. All right. Black box claims to be... Wait, the box that claims to be black has the gems. This box is the blue box. This box is the black box. False. Could be right. Also false. Question mark? Hey, we didn't need to use that second one. Let's go. Anyway. Okay, before we go back to the aquarium, we're going to go ahead and head back because we have probably like 2 minutes. 2 minutes until it hits 10. This is rather fitting considering what rainbow fish and clownfish do. That does make sense. That does make sense. Gay at the Thebes ponds? Listen, it's fine. Turning the frogs gay, but no one thinks about the Thebes. The thing too is you can also drain... You can drain the aquarium room if you're in the pump room. This I know I've already read. Okay. Now we just play the waiting game. So chat, how is your day going? What trouble have you been getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? Have you set anything ablaze today? Well, have you? Did you eat anything delicious today? Tell me about delicious things. Hell diving, so yes? Nice. Nice. You know what? We can... Oh, that's the wrong button. We can go bigger here. There we go. There we go. Your dog did what? Did you go brush your dog's teeth after he did that? A delightfully quiet day, washing some stuff, making chicken burgers tonight. Ooh. Okay, is it chicken burgers as in like a fried chicken breast sandwich? Or is this chicken burgers as in like minced chicken? I had rice and meatballs. Ew. Oh, I could go for something with rice. Again, I don't know how much having KFC now. Oh boy. Okay, I just had to make sure because I know some people have different like definitions of a chicken burger. I always call those chicken sandwiches instead of chicken burgers. But I think Carrie also calls them chicken burgers. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Carrie also calls them chicken burgers. But thing is, I don't know if this safe is gonna like pop open. Wait, let me double check it. Oh. No, that sounds like the... Oh shit. Go back. Hello? Does time only pass when I'm inside the house? Is that what this is? Do I need to go back inside? Or am I just being impatient? Finished the peanut M&Ms last night. I want more peanut M&Ms. I'm partial to peanut butter M&Ms. No, it keeps... Okay. Oh, it literally just hit 10 as we ran here. Okay, hopefully it's open. Hopefully it's open. Now, it's supposed to be open for 4 hours. Theoretically. We're also spending a lot of, like, running, like, distance to go to and fro. But at least we technically have the kitchen in our draft table. So that's relatively fine. Yeah, mystery house. Hey! Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I'll freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past years. Suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, it felt very strongly that you had some deep involvement in these events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of these months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost of my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am not willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront. And I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing. A date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe the scenario is entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced have given me renewed optimism that she is still alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you were not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open, in that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Okay. Interesting. Hi, Not-So. How are you doing? All right. Now we can stop spending money on going back and forth, but that also means now, if we get the safe in the future, or if we go in there, we get a free gem. Easy gem, baby. Easy gem. Okay, now we can go progressing. What's the direction, though? We need to go to the aquarium. We have 2 directions to go. I think we'll go through the chapel. Because the chapel's technically protected because we have the shelter. There we go. So we won't lose any shmoney. Ooh. You know what? Let's get a bedroom. Hello. Hello. Any dice? Any nothing? Anything? Doesn't seem like it. Ooh, security. Yeah, I want security. But at work, wanted to play Deltarune, hoping you're doing well. I've seen a lot of people freaking out over Deltarune. I'm not, like, I don't really care. I don't really care. That's basically my feelings of it. Okay, did we miss anything? Nope. Not a damn thing. It's also getting it early, getting this early is really good. Now, if I can find a place that's like a good place to set a breaker box, that would be kind of awesome. Ooh. Yeah, we'll take the hallway that connects both of these together. That's good. That's actually really good. Ooh, courtyard. Yes, definitely give me the courtyard. Because we can get a tool. No? No tools? Am I blind? There's not a tool in here? Aw, man. Security. Oof. I don't think there's nothing I can do in here until I get power to it. So I don't think I want to build that until I have the power core, which I do need gems for. I do know that. I do know that the power core needs like 2 or 3 gems. We'll get with the observatory so we can get another star. Oh, wait a second. Treasure map. Oh. Hold on, what was that? 3 down, 1 to the left. So, oh, it's the room we're about to go into. Gimme. Oh shit. Dead end. Make it a dead end and take some. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do this. So this also means treasure map. Now to find something to dig with? What do you mean dig with? There's no like dirt spot. Huh. Maybe there's like a special kind of shovel I need to do these treasure maps. I guess. I suppose. Do I need like a regular shovel or do I need like one of the like special shovels, like a power shovel or something? Okay. Yeah, we'll do Kennel. Because Kennel's a very good passive and it functions very much like... But now that also means we need to find a goddamn... Oh, office. Oh, yes. Except if we get the office, it's going to screw us. Oh, we don't have any other option. We're going to get the office. Fuck it. Okay, so first thing I got to do is come over here. Give me that fucking magnifying glass. Let's go. Yeah, that just tells me that the one of the levers is in the greenhouse, which I do know. Okay, so... This one I already know how to do. Okay. I think this is it. Yes. 8. Oh. Dear Mrs. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all of our demands not involving the police and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you would hope to never hear from us again once we had given you back the envelopes, we felt that one final red letter of our own was merited given the circumstances. Hopefully you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehensions aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you're expected to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, do not have copies of the other letters. You were already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it's become apparent to us that there has been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize. Despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats toward your young nephew, I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects. And yes, while we admit that our word choice might be questionable enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of these funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters were entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Ooh. Again, we feel guilty as sin and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever Anonymous X. So, does that mean all the other red letters we've read up till now are basically like pretending to be other people? But wasn't one of them from Herbert himself? Yeah, the drawing room one, wasn't it? La 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 la. All right. Yeah, we need to do the drawing room so that we can try and like curve back around it. Nice. Yeah, this was the one that was, this is 6, and this was from Herbert himself. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. Yeah, because it was written, the number was written out. Which makes me think that the ones that are the numbers like written out as a word. I like that we basically just have like this long fucking hallway. Okay, so we can get very picky with this one because we're in the drawing room. Except we don't have to, baby. We got the West Wing Hall. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me. Rumpus room. Yeah, rumpus room. Give me your money. Money, money. I forget, was there a safe in here? No, it's Alzara. All right, chat. Are you ready to go on a trip of the mystical arts? It's time to put a coin in. Hello, Alzara. All right, buckle up, Buttercup. It's cutscene time.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened.
So the last time I talked to him, he gave me like a thing about like 8 red letters.
You find
But I don't know if it's going to change this time.
yourself to face with the great Alzara.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still a Zoltar fan.
Wish me
Sorry, Alzara. Zoltar is just a little bit better.
future.
Okay, is it going to be the 8 red letters on 8 pedestals again?
The fog is clearing.
No?
I see a shadow
The dark room
in the doorway.
with the nursery in the back?
Silent footsteps in the hallways.
Okay.
An
Isn't that...
A missing item you did not take. I see a young boy watched from afar.
Grandpa?
A young boy who wants.
Sorry, technically uncle.
But now, afraid.
That looks like the tomb. We already saw that statue, but it was in the
Has been
lower parts.
Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. I wonder if now, because that looked like it was one of the hallways. It's not this one. It's that hallway, I think. Okay, well, we may need to go back there in a second. Yeah, dining room, why not? Because we get more doors. We get more places to explore and possibly get more... walk-in closet. Ooh. No, I won't walk-in closet. Hello? Stars. Rabbit's foot. Hell yeah. Okay, but what's the fourth item? Stairs and stars. Am I blind? Oh, it's a salt shaker. Wait, I've never gotten this before. Eat food, gain... Ooh, get extra. Okay. Too bad we don't eat food that often. Unfortunate. Oh, son of a... Wait, the attic. Okay, maybe we'll be able to find more bedrooms. Oh, that would have been good to have. Darn it. I've never gotten the attic before. All right. Ding dong. All right, give me my sleeping mask. We have a little bit left. We're down to 16. But we can still recover if we get like a couple good bedrooms. Shit. Okay, we got to take the corridor. Okay, it's not this hallway. I'd rather risk the dark room. Actually, it's not going to be turned off because we still have sheltered. Sheltered baby. Ooh, key. Now, I've already searched this place. It's funny, though, that I came in because, like, I have a magnifying glass this time, too. And this was where, like, we got the key to that lock. That was how I got in there. Use key. Fuck. Actually, that's not bad. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, we'll go in there in just a second. Fine, we'll use the key here too. I want the extra steps. Oh man, no extra item in here. Usually there's like a nice extra item right here. Fuck. Oh, I'm starting to get like the memory leak issue. All right. So I've done this puzzle before. And I don't know if... Yeah, it doesn't look like I have to do it all again. So, yeah, we can just go up. Thank God I don't have to do these puzzles again. Oh. Oh, shit. I think I do, actually. Here, let's do this real quick. That's fine, that's fine. Because this thing isn't turned on. Which makes me think that I have to do this again. 1, Go back down. Let me see here. Swap you here. And luckily, if I remember right, it's this one. And then theoretically, it stays on. I'm pretty sure. So I can swap this back. Swap this back. And then go up. Oh, no, I have to activate it first. Shit. Okay, so swap you. Oh, I hate that I have to do all this again. The only thing that seems that I don't have to do, it seems to be, is have to turn on all the generators. That's only 2. Which one am I missing? This one's on. Okay, so go back. Go all the way down. And then it's this one. Okay. Go up. Go around. All the way here. Activate. And luckily, we may have to swap it in a second. Because now that's on, I'm pretty sure I can do this. Yeah, it just stays on. But I wonder, because in here, right there is an elevator. And I've never been able to get it to come down. But let me see something. I want to check this out of curiosity. Okay. Let me see really quick if... What happens if I change the direction? To there. That feeds to the big one? What? I do what? That does not bring that down. I do not know how to bring that elevator down. So I'm going to connect this back over here. Just because at least it's connected to something. And yes, I do know I am wasting steps. Oh, it is? It's too... Oh, sorry. I missed it. Okay, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, we gotta take the gem. Okay. We don't have a shovel, right? No, we don't. Does anybody know... Does anybody know how to get this to work? You'll figure it out? Okay, so is it in here or am I missing something? I do. I would like some help. Is it like relevant? Is it like in this room? Am I just blind? Or rock? Touch. The game is lagging a little bit, but it's done this every time I've played for like longer than an hour. Do I need to have a shovel? I kind of do want the answer because I've had this foundation here for a long time and I've never been able to figure out how the hell I'm supposed to get that. I thought at one point it was like maybe I'm supposed to interact with this lantern because of how like low it is, but that didn't work. Wait, what? Right into the room from the side that doesn't have a door? Oh, do you mean like I have to come from the north side? So I have to get something behind it? Oh, okay. We have an ad break right now, guys. I'm not gonna go anywhere, I'm pretty sure. But we will still have to do that whole shebang. And I will bring the music back. Just so that y'all don't miss anything. Regal. Oh, wait, that's not a word. That means one of those letters is fake. Year? Try year. Year. Okay, so Y is real. Monka. Okay, so I guess to get that elevator come down, I have to I have to connect from behind it. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, I can try that. I can try that later. Let me check something. I have some notifications again. Ooh. Oh, that's another new announcement for Mecha Break's going to be at the Summer Game Fest. Also, hold on a second, chat. I'm getting cold, so I'm going to put my jacket on. Both on the character and in real life. Screw it. Oh, come here. Sebby! Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm putting on a jacket because I'm cold. All right. All right, come back here, headphones. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Did you get into any trouble? What was it? Oh, you were playing Deltarune. You and everybody and their fucking sister. Good Lord. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Isn't it a little early for you to be ending? Don't you usually go longer? Or am I misremembering? Beep, beep, the Orbiter's crashing here. Orbiter? Stream 5 hours? Okay, that's because you started early today. I bet that's because Axio's on his phone. Axio plays on mobile. But welcome in, Raiders! Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin. I'm the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or whatever my little inclinations like to get into. We are currently playing Blueprints. We're on an ad break. It ends in like 10 seconds. So I can go ahead and start turning these off, as well as the music, and give y'all back the game audio. We're making a little bit of progress. We finished a decent amount of puzzles today, as compared to the first stream. Okay, so welcome back from the ad break, though, guys. Welcome in. We are also making this slow crawl towards partner. We finally unlocked the application. We're just working on getting those sweet, sweet 75 plus streams. So if you want to hang out and enjoy the show a little bit, I highly recommend it. I've been told I am hilarious. Oh, shit. Now we're getting to powered doors. No! You're joking. Okay, hold on. Did we get... No, we didn't. You're joking. Fuck. Solid contender for the funniest woman alive? Why, thank you. Why, thank you. You came in right at the end when I apparently just botched the whole thing. Damn it. Damn it, dude. Because now we're stuck. We don't have any keys. And I don't have any extra slide things. So. Shit. And we have plenty of money. But the thing is I did not get any. Gonna learn to take a fat nap lest I play the rest of Deltarune off stream. Love you. Have a good nap. Thank you so much for the raid. It really does mean a lot. Security terminal to see if you missed anything. The thing is, it's probably going to tell me because we got the office here. We have not picked up any extra gold, so there's probably a bunch of gold like all over the house. But yeah, we can work our way. Yeah, we just need to go back through like the dark room and through to the west wing. But it's almost certain we're not going to have enough to get back. I don't know. It's interesting though how many items we're getting. Let me see. Okay. Through the drawing room. Did I ever pick up the gym in the drawing room? Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Hallway. Okay, maybe it wasn't this hallway then that we saw in the Alzara. Okay. You. One car key that I completely missed. I miss the car keys all the time. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen the wording of, yeah, there's car keys on the map. I don't know where they fucking are. No, I can't connect through the office. The power plant doesn't connect to the office. But... One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, I can make it. I can make it barely. We can go put a room and something in the coat check. That's fine. That's totally fine, right? 2, 1. Gimme. Okay, what do we want to put in here though? We don't need the extra wind-up key. Do I do the sleep mask again? Or the lucky rabbit's foot? Sleep mask. We'll do sleep mask. All right, time to fail out. Nap time. Okay. So I think right now, like, I know where at least 2 of the levers are. One's in the secret garden, one's in the greenhouse. But to do the greenhouse one, we have to get the broken lever, which again is like a random drop. I know most of the green rooms only spawn on the outer edges. And we know the north lever is somewhere underground, but to do the underground, we need to get both the pump room and the, what was it? The pump room and the tomb. That's what it is. We need the tomb. Which we don't get. I'm taking the tool shed this time. Closer. Okay, metal detectors, really helpful. Watering can I actually haven't used. Oh, okay, we'll get an extra gem when we go into a green room. That's good, that's good. So I think this time what I'm gonna try to do is pump out green rooms. So if we get like, This is fine. This is fine. Give me my allowance. Ooh, we're not gonna take closet first pick. We're not gonna shoehorn that one. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Totally fine. Give gem. Code check. Code check early. Yeah, give me the coat check. Give me the coat check. Because then we can take our sleep mask. And we can try to keep our steps high. I saw that chest there. I just don't have anything I can right now to break it. We're going to take the commissary. We have 4, but I don't think I can buy me anything except maybe a jewel. Salt shaker, shovel. Okay. So if we need a shovel, we can come back and get it. Bedroom immediately. I'll take the dead-end closet. We'll take the dead-end closet. Hell yeah, running shoes, baby. Nice. Nice. Okay. So we know that chest is there. So next time we have like extra... Oh shit. Magnifying glass. Don't mind if I do. Okay. All right, what do we got? Ooh. Hi, Goopy. All right. Gems are in a box with false statement. 2 statements are false. 3 statements are false. Damn it. Am I gonna get super unlucky with this one? Nope. Thank God. Thank God. All right. Secret passage. Yes. Because if we take the green section here, then we're right up against the edge, which means we can get some of the good ones. I want the terrace. That's actually a really good early pick. And we got an orange. I don't like the sound of that water splashing. Okay. So now all of the green rooms don't cost anything extra. So now we're fucked. I blew it already and didn't even realize it. Well, damn, I'm an idiot. I already fucking blew it. So this basically doesn't fucking matter. You know, I just realized I don't think I've ever drafted the nursery because I have no memory of ever being in here. Gem, what book? The Red Prince. Oh, this is the one that's supposed to be about the character, isn't it? Who sat on the red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color. Correct. This prince has good ideas. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. Yet he never looked up for fear of the sky. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. And do you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bed in the bath, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. Okay, I was just curious if the magnifying glass would be useful for anything. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like a prince from his head to his, from his toe to his head. Aw. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince in his book, the red book he just read. Okay, I just wanted to check. Oh, that's it. That's the end. Huh. Wait a second. It's the only true color. Is that the same page? I don't think. Also, there's a crab. Crab. Interesting. Was that the... Whenever it said it was the only true color. Oh, it was. It was the lobster. Okay. It was just a lower detailed version. Okay. Still partial to Goodnight Moon, Star. Doesn't seem like I can play anything else. I can't make the, like, mobiles go or anything. I know most of the drawers. I don't think any of the drawers we can open because the ones that are obvious to open are very obvious. All right. We're going to go put the... I fucked this one so hard. Look at that shit. Dead end, dead end, dead end. All right. We're going to go put our sleep mask back in the coat check. I deserve that. I fucked up. I fucked up on that one. Oh, check. Sleep mask. Okay. So we've made a tool shed. We did some other stuff. let's go do something else really quick. Let's go check some of these other areas. So I know at some point I could break this down, but I need like the prototype room, which I've literally only gotten once. I still haven't found the fourth valve for this. I have 3 of them. And then there's this tunnel down here that I honestly don't think I can get through. I don't know how this area works because it's just like, it's kind of like the underground, but it's all blocked off for some reason. Hi, Giselle. Thank you for the self-care. Hold on a second. All right. Let me go check. So we can break that down at some point. I know that. Over here. Something I didn't realize that I kept walking past for the longest time was this. And there's like a power tower here. So I feel like maybe there's a place I gotta send the power to get it to come out here so that this door opens. But I still don't understand that. This gate, I don't think is relevant to anything. This is just like the boundary.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
There's my tent. You probably just scared the shit out of everybody because that's purposely loud. That is purposely loud after going through this like quiet little somber game. Goodness, sorry about that. Here, I've already done all this. That valve is on. This was the book that was on like the angels. And like this is where there's like the survey results and stuff. I'm always expecting the senator. Listen. The gasoline valve we've already turned on. See, this is the one that I saw about the angel. That looks like... Yeah, that's the angel with the hoe. That he considered like replacing in the cloister section. He also mentions that there's a way to get into the inner section of the cloister, but I've yet to figure it out. And he doesn't give a hint in the book. He just says he doesn't remember how to do it. And then there's this. No idea what the hell this is. I've not figured out how to open it. But I guess at some point we'll find it. Also, hold on. Can I? No, it doesn't look like I can do. All right, I think we just gotta give up. I think I can only view like the details of all the rooms. Wait, no, I can do it a different way. How did I do it before? There's a way to look and see like which rooms I've learned. I don't think I have to go just to the drafting room. I'm pretty sure I don't just have to go to the drafting room. I'm pretty sure I can check like the glossary or something to see how many rooms I've unlocked and how many like I've yet to see at all. Okay. Room directory? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, some of these more common rooms we haven't even found yet. I'm always surprised by how many there are. Okay, we're only missing 1 from these rooms. I wonder what that one is. There's these other ones. There's 46. Rumored rarity. And then there's this one. Resting on the 9th rank may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. Bedrooms. We're still missing some bedrooms. We have all the hallways. Still missing 1 of the green rooms. Missing many of the shops, which are ones that I've seen but haven't bought. Have all the red ones. Haven't got, this is the only studio edition, so I'm guessing it's not going to tell me what other special editions I can add. And then we've only got the found ones. And we've seen all of the outer rooms. All right, let's go to the outer rooms first. Actually, I'm fine with wasting a couple extra steps here. Give me my allowance. Because we get the shrine, I wonder what buff it'll give me if I give it 4 gold. Hi, Ember. Why can't I hear any of the music anymore? Where did the music go? I just hear the ambiance of the world. Interesting. All right. We'll do classrooms. Let's add a bunch of classrooms because I've never done that. Now this was the valve that I already turned on in here. Those are letters from the teacher. I don't think there's anything else in here. It has its passive. And then, of course, there's Herbie, which hints that this may have been the schoolhouse that Herbert, our uncle, went to, which I thought was very cute. Oh, I thought it was lagging. It was just me hitting the bridge and suddenly stopping. Okay. More rooms, more rooms. Go here. Yes, we'll do the library. Yep, gem. Next book. I think that was the fixed stars that we just read before. So let's do the history of Orindia next. I've kind of just been going down the list on the books. Okay, there's a boiler room. Yeah. I'll take the boiler room. Okay. Can I... Nah, I can just flip this. Activate. I'm not gonna move any of these right now. Shit. Fudge. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, hey, lever. Okay, it's also good to just kind of get that out of the way. Son of a bitch, dude. These are all terrible. This is a very neat art style. I think it's very cute. It looks like, it gives like a hand-drawn feeling. Oh, hey. Okay, hold on. So we can take this, send it this way. Power's on. All of these are now on. So power's going in just about every direction. Yeah, there's no power section here, and I just wasted another step that I just blew 30 on. Oh. We're putting the archives here because I'm fine with taking like all the archive nonsense for it. Because that's really good. See that gem? Because now all of these are powered. Very interesting. We're gonna risk taking the archived one. Oh, shit. Course. A fucking course. The thing is that we're very lucky right now because... Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. We're gonna take the dark room because I know the dark room also takes power. Closed exhibit, chapel. We're gonna take the confidential. Shit. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. Son of a bitch. All right. There goes the power. Doesn't seem like there's anything in here. Diamond. Hell yeah. Yes, we'll unlock this door. Will you... Is that one glowing, I wonder? Oh my god, we have the power. We can go do the puzzle in there. Okay. Hold on, let's do this real quick. Key card system. We gotta turn all of these down and or off before we spawn in too many of them. And then we'll check the inventory. Okay, we're good. Vibrate with spoiler energy? Okay. That's fine. Listen, I'm not somebody who gets upset at spoilers. That's so awkward. I never realized that he actually moved on the camera before. Ooh. Bedroom. Money. Okay, because that means we can keep going this direction and possibly get... We're gonna take the corridor. I'm hoping I can find, like, a kitchen or something. Shit, dude. I'm fine with losing a coin. Because I'll get more coins! You fools. You fools, you fell for it. Alright. Oh, hell yeah, give me that guest room. Okay. No items, sadly, but getting that plus 10 was definitely worth it. Because we're only gonna go back, like, a few. I lied, we're gonna go back more than a few. We're gonna end up spending all of the 10 that we just got. Okay. So we have a puzzle in here that I've been wanting to do since I got here. The thing is, I just realized I didn't write down one of the things here. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, 5, down 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TC. Okay. Okay, everything else I have written down. So we'll see if this is relevant to this puzzle. Thing is... Okay. Okay, hold on. I have an idea on how to do this. So that's right at the marker. So that goes down one whole segment. One whole segment. One of these has to go down half a segment, right? No? Okay. Oh, did they? 4 and 8 did? No, they didn't. They all seem to go down one chunk, so I'm missing something here. So we need to get it to this line right here, but it seems like all of these... They seem to do like all the same measure. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 10 sections. All the numbers on the table. I mean, there's 12 here, so I'm pretty sure this goes to a different problem. Oh, we should also do this really quick. Experiment setup. Continue with experiments. Every time I eat an apple, each time a bedroom you draft after your second. Whenever you draft a shop room. Ooh. Need 1 key for every 2 hallways. No, I want this one. And this one. Yeah. Research logs. Okay, yeah, these are the other ones that I've done. Which it does not? It doesn't? This or something else? Yeah, that's just telling me the boiler power. Which table? Also, here's another red thing. False. Okay. Table. Goes to this room. Goes to this room. There's also this. Which I did actually use the magnifying glass on this complete thaw. It said cooler is unaffected. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure this is cooler is unaffected. Because the first time I came in here, I had a magnifying glass. But this is just the melting point of water, it looks like. Yeah, H2O melting point. Okay. Why do you have a graph for the melting point of water? Are you making some sort of comparison? You said it goes to this room, but I haven't like found anything. Like the only thing I've ever done in this room is literally just the PC, because I haven't found anything else besides like this paper talking about a person who like can't find his way here. The result of the periodic table puzzle is used in this room. Where's the tiger? It's one of the painting. Oh, I just realized there's a red wire to it. I still don't know what they want this to be called. Tear? Is that what it is? It's supposed to be tear and tiger, so the G's missing? Yes, you should explain more, because I'm very confused. And I don't understand this. Because it seems like every single one is one whole, but this one's a half. Or is it? Hold on. The thing is, I had a magnifying glass for this. Whenever I was in here before, I just forgot to do 5 for some reason. So I have them written down. So it says, basically, push the... Then I think I flipped it up. Let me see. Let me double check this. Here, let me write this down. out side by side, so... Okay, so I think I did 5 wrong. Yeah, I had miscounted. I only went down 1 instead of 3. So it was RE. Hi, VTuber. How are you doing? All right. There's a filled one in the room already? What? I was gonna say, this is the one you're talking about, right? The full periodic table? I was just saying, though, if you have the magnifying glass, it shows behind them. So... right here. I have, it looks like it's pushed there something, but I think let me double check. Maybe the other periodic table's wrong? Like maybe the magnifying glass actually wasn't that helpful? 4, 7, real quick. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's not at all what I thought was behind these when I did this. Oh, no, wait. Where's TH? 7 is PA. Which is what I had the first time. Compare the two sides. I could do that. But I don't want to do that. Because I don't think it'll let me open both images, maybe? Okay. That I got. That's right. That's also right. Every wrinkle on her brain? There are no wrinkles. It is smooth. It is smooth. 9, 11, 10 are in ITE. Okay, those are also right. 2, 8, 12. Wait. After 9? Like 9 p.m? Or... Fuck. I'm gonna have to risk the fucking archived floor plan. Fuck, dude. Fuck me running. Oh, okay. Oh, I put an extra E in what I wrote down. Gyms are in the true box. There's only one box in this room. 4 boxes in this room. If only that was useful. Oh. Oh, okay, so that's the power lines. That's what that was. Okay. So now we can go see what that is. I'm just going to assume that that's going to be open permanently because I kind of hope it is. Okay, permanently unlocked. Each day you can access one offline terminal from the network. Grotto. Okay. Well, we're fucked. No, we're not. We have the boiler room. We still have this boiler room section over here. Okay, so we gotta go basically straight down. Okay. Okay. I forget. That may actually be a locked door. Please don't be locked, please don't be locked, please don't be locked. Thank God! It's possible! Real quick though, let me double check something. Okay, we're good. Maybe? Maybe a little bit? Alright, we're gonna actually have to get the gymnasium. No shoes. No nothing. Kitchen. Hell yeah, give me that kitchen. Yeah, $32, baby. Oh my God, I can keep getting more. I forgot the bananas were unlimited. Okay, now they're sold out. Okay, if we can keep this up, if we don't get just like all dead ends, still have so much space. We still have so much space. Hell yeah, give me the den. The computer in the house can be accessed from other computers as long as they've been turned on. If you use the security computer and then draft office, log into the network to access the security computer because it's been turned on. Oh. Okay. All right. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here. I've never had the master bedroom, but it's literally just a dead end. So I'm gonna take the maid's chambers, even if it means that we're gonna lose a bunch of items. Just making sure there's nothing in here. All right, chat, we got a Gamba. We got a Gamba on the archived. I knew it was gonna come to this. Fuck, dude. It had to be the spare room. It just fucking had to be. Son of a bitch. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. Archived rooms are always what screw me. I always end up being like, yeah, it'd be a great thing to have the archived rooms. No. It's never a good thing. Oh well, now we can go all the way out to the grotto, and I gotta pee again. Okay. This way. This way. This way. So I never realized once you power the room on and you like go through the doorway where it's powered, it actually like I guess increases the chances. Oh, hold on. We have one more room here. Just because. Ooh. And why not? We'll just see. I don't think I have the broken lever. And then usually there's... Oh, hammer! And then here's the 8th page for that song that appears. always wonder what this gear is because it looks important. Yeah, I already knew that. I remember reading that. Have a save to watch this time? That's true. You do not. Is that it? Can I not? I think it's funny that it gave me the green light on attaching these, but it wants me to attach a third thing. And I don't know what that is. It's probably the battery, because before when I came in here, there was a battery right here. And I could have swore this was D before. This is A now. So is that just telling me that this room is A? I think it is. Honestly, don't know. All right, let's go to the grotto. Never Gamba? That was the only option. Everything else turned right into a blank wall. I had to Gamba because nothing else was a feasible. Oh my God. One space 100. Writing that down. Okay. Admin key. Admin not found. Ah! Is it? It's not. I mean, is it a binary input? Is that what this is? Can I go check that? Let me see. Let's see. I don't know if that would be. No, that ain't right. No, that's not useful. That's not useful at all. But I wonder what this is for. It looks like we're also missing something here that have like inputs on the bottom. So microchip to plug in somewhere. Okay. Why is this section powered off? Seemingly not finished. Okay, can anybody who's done this part, is there anything I can do right now? Or is it just not possible? Right now? Can I just not do it right now? Am I supposed to know the password? I don't even know the password to the like inside of the house computers right now. I don't know what information you have. Oh, okay. I thought this was like, I thought it had like some fairly linear progression. Well, I don't think there's anything else that I unlocked. We still haven't unlocked the that weird like nuclear looking bunker. First for the majority? Okay. So there's more to do. Did I ever? I did. Okay, we made it the schoolhouse. Wait. Okay, maybe that was a different run that we put down to schoolroom and I completely forgot what it looked like. All right. We're gonna call that a day. Nothing about this game is linear? Okay, that's fine. We can always come back to it. But I desperately need to pee. We're gonna run the commercial break like 5 It's not quite 5 minutes, more like 8 minutes early because of how bad I have to go to the bathroom. So let me mute the game audio real quick. I'll give you the music. And I'm just going to give you this. I'm not even going to pause it. But I will be back in just a minute. I really got to pee. And the ad break is going to start about 8 minutes early, guys. I do apologize for that. I do recommend dropping a sub or something if you want. If we hit 250, I will play Hello Kitty Island Adventure again because Sunstar has successfully bribed me to do such. So, you know, as you do. All right. Ad break's going. I'll be back in just a minute. Uh-oh. Y'all are gonna botch it. Y'all are gonna botch it! Don't botch it, chat! How could you? How could you? Okay. All right, we still have another minute, so I can give y'all another round one. Y'all blew it. You blew it, chat. You disgust me. Disgusting. Disgusting. Do it again. All over again. Take two, motherfucker. Pick yourself up. Pick yourself up, Sunstar. Sorry, boss. Damn right you're fucking sorry. Damn right you're sorry. That's it. I'm getting the whip. Wait, I don't think I even have a whip crack. I'm upset I don't have a whip crack. Damn it. I do have a dodgeball, though. Think fast, chuckle fuck. Nice. Nice. I could also scare... Oh, I'm so glad you've learned your place, chat. You bastards. You bastards. All right. Could be worse. Could just be... And now we wait. Now we wait for somebody to lose their minds. I don't miss Ordain. Chuckle fuck. Have. Anyway, what else do I have over here? Oh, yeah, this.
Touch grass.
Nice. Nice. Stop hitting me. What other nonsense do I have? Oh, great. I could always give you all a peek into what it sounds like inside my head at any given moment. And it's just basically... Anyway. How dare you hit fame multiple times? Holds Ordain up as a shield. Waifa boost. Waifa boost. I do have the, It's really long. This is a lot longer than I kind of need it to be, but I think it's funny. I think it's funny that it sounds like a whole crowd. But yeah, that's some of the sound bits. All right, get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here. Bring back the ambiance. And then we're going to the other place. Other place. Is that doing the caramel dancing dance? Well, caramel dancing in. Caramel dancing in. Caramel, yes, caramel dancing in. That's exactly what it is. Shit. Fine, special tools. Hey, hammer and shovel. Let's go. Let's hope we can get the workshop. All right. Workshop, workshop. Oh my god, not the fucking Melissa emotes. For shame. Wait a second. I forgot how much fucking hip Radius was throwing around compared to all the others. Jesus. All right, give me my money. We'll do the hallway. You. Ooh, spare room. Get that out the way. Ooh, kennel early. While we have a shovel? Hell yeah, give me that. So that means any room now that we dig up in is automatically going to be unlocked, which is awesome. So that means later, if we get any like of the green rooms that could potentially have a locked room. Ooh. I have to take this one. We have to get the coat. So we'll go ahead and get our sleeping mask. That's also good that we got it this early because maybe we'll be able to come back. Potentially. We'll take the hallway here. You. Speak of the devil. Except we don't have any gems! Do the den. Darn it. I would have liked to have gotten that courtyard. Shit. Shit. Closet. It's okay. We still have the spare room. The spare room that spans forward. So maybe... And we got a silver key, which is actually really fucking good. If that... it shouldn't be because we're so early on. Storeroom. Storeroom! I maybe could have actually gotten the locksmith, because then I could actually get some of the secret keys. That, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Shit. Yeah, we'll take the observatory. The cute dog. I think they're cute too. Fuck. Oh, shit. I should have known. I should have known. We're boned. Chat, we're boned. Absolutely screwed. Oh my god, the drawing room. We're saved. We're saved. Give me that gem. Which I only just realized I think are actually the, do this one. Because we can get a gem in here because we've already opened the safe. And it counts as a bedroom, and we have a sleeping mask. Okay. Needs to be something good. Hey, yo, the vaults! Except we can't get it. So, you know. Alright, redraw floor plans. Ooh, shit. Quadruple shit. I don't think there's a reason to get any of these. Fuck it, just give me the wine cellar. I don't think there's a puzzle down here, but I did actually write this down because this is the two family crests right next to each other. And it felt like it was weirdly important here. But there's quite literally nothing else we can do. Why did it have to be Draxus? Why did we have to get all the dead ends? Fuck, dude. I got 5 fucking gems. We're gonna take that silver key and we're gonna put the silver key away. The silver key can go in the coat check. I'm fine with losing the sleeping mask now. Oh well. Oh well. We had a shovel and an early fucking kennel. Oh, that would have been awesome. Yes, Cyber? What can I do for you? Next day! Ugh, flubbed it. Absolutely flubbed it. Thanks, Draxus. And now I have flashbacks to You Face Draxus. Eridar, Lord of the Burning Legion. Anyway, let's do that. Give me the money. Ooh. Give me that. Yoink. No idea what these things are, but I click them every time I open this. Turn that off. Turn the garage on. Turn the gymnasium off. Dark room I'm kind of fine with right now. Okay. Let's go get the outdoor section. Mini cans of beer. I'm enjoying my... How much beer did you drink, dude? Jesus. Surrounded by beer cans? Really? Okay, I want the shelter. I want the shelter, because then we can go get one of the gems. Now... Thank you. What other... So we have 5 envelopes. There's still 3 more. What rooms? What other rooms are there that have safes that we haven't got? We've got the office. We've got the Boudreaux. Boudoir. Ooh. Fuck it, give it to me. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Risking it for the biscuit. And hoping that we don't get a dead end on this room. Give me a multi-exit door. Give me a multi-exit door. Chapel. Worth it. Worth it, baby. And I'm protected. Okay. Bedroom? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother Kekona. Alright. My crown piece is an empty can of beer on my forehead and slightly filled cup of water. Oh my god, you goofball. Yeah, we'll get this one because I can get a gem. Basically get a gem back that I just spent. And then I can actually re-roll this one. Security, son of a bitch. I don't need to re-roll this one because I got exactly what I wanted, baby. Okay. So now we already have the power turned off. So turn that off, confirm. And then now the doors are already off. Free roam, baby. Now we just need to worry about keys. Regular keys. We'll make this a closet. Hey, yeah, we got another sleep mask. Nice. Here, have this. That is a lion. Why you always lying? Sorry, that came to mind. No item in here, it looks like this time. I'm pretty sure we've got the information that we can out of here. Ooh. Yeah, boiler room. Oh, we don't have a gym. All right, it's gonna have to be the weight room then. But luckily this one's also sheltered. So that was the last sheltered one we get, I'm pretty sure. No gyms, so we'll take this one. And then maybe, just maybe, spare room. Okay. Go back here. Here. Ooh. Workshop. Workshop. Oh, we got the lever. Okay. Off. Yeah. Hallway. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, give me the pantry. And then we can do here. Okay. We're gonna take the library here to get this book. Reviewed and cleared by the publication, the Finn Aries Central Board of Education, edited to conform to our department standards, include the omissions of sections deemed inaccurate or unsuitable for public dissemination. Oh. Oh. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. We must permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon our past. Uh-oh. Beginning of the first era often denotes a Jera by the ascension of the first king, whose name Oris was later graced the burgeoning township in which we are crowned. Huh. I feel like if I had the magnifying glass or something, I could maybe it would let me see past this. Raja, Arch Aries. Okay, third generation, their heirs continue tradition. Oh, hello. Baron Sinclair, thank you so much for your cooperation with our department in this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status, so it means all the more that you are not only tolerant, but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. Returning with this letter, the book you lent us, though I must confess, it was not as much help as I had hoped. I heard that your library of rare and restricted books were quite extensive, and I was told by a reliable source that if a first edition and uncensored copy of the History of Orianda could be found, it would likely be found within the Baron's own collection, but perhaps I was misinformed. Still, part of me thinks that you may have given us the censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that is the case, then I say well done, fair play, and perhaps on my next visit, we'll have a laugh about this after you've given up the actual manuscript. Until then, Detective Bon Margle, Redguard. Interesting. But why? Why is this censored? Has the country been taken over by some sort of totalitarian regime? Pacification of Finn came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died. Finn's direction. All right, next time y'all watch a Finn stream, you got to take that to her. To hide to force Mortisbond that are now going to be on. Oh, you make an excellent point. Not go unnoticed by neighbors. Sympathy for the city surged. Allies came forward to lend support. And then it just stops. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years and saw buried 1 in every 3 men. Added another number to the casualties. However, even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it the realm. Current era. Finn Aries, Arch Aries, and Araja. Once again, stand united as allies. Between people has grown. Our connection to this land remains strong. Hey, there's a key. Okay. No, we're not going to special key this door. Because if I'm correctly, the silver key, I'm pretty sure... Oh, that's not great. Books for sale. That I've never seen. Do I dare spin the gem? Nah. Handed out books, apparently. Apparently. But I've never seen this room. Waiting there, a new clue, sold out in hours. It's come as no surprise that the latest book from local author Marion Marigold is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. The release of her new book, A New Clue, comes only 14 months after the distressful report of the author's mysterious and unexpected disappearance. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theories surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating the writing of the book was completed and well into the editing stages many months before her disappearance. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all of the proceeds from the first edition sales of A New Clue will be going to Lasting Hope, a nonprofit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigations of missing persons. Still, the timing and convenient mysteries titled Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and her disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Detective Bon Margle, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was unintentionally accurate. Regardless of their opinions, fans, pundits, and cynics alike are standing together, elbow to elbow in bookstore queues this morning, eager to get their hands on that may very likely be the last words ever published by the missing author. Jesus! Permanently added to the library and available to check out on your next visit. Holy shit! 50 gold, dude? I've only had more than that once, and that was when we had the fucking tomb. Okay, we gotta go through the pantry. Pantry. Okay. Give apple. Give money. Let's see if maybe we can get... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that because it has special key. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. I take it back. I hate everything about this. Actually, conference room isn't bad. We'll take the conference room. Use regular key. Kennel. Definitely kennel. Apple. Apple. And then we only have the broken lever. That's fine. Oh, we can't get that. Shit. Shit. We have no gems. This means we need gems. So take the storeroom. Okay, give me the storeroom. Give me the things. Okay, that at least means when we go back this way, we won't get stuck. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. So that's the mountain shape that I saw before. Okay. Anything on the table? Nope. Nope. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna do the gymnasium. Go over here. Yeah, we're gonna use the key on this one. Because we're not gonna get fucking anything! Damn it! Let's get another key. I was hoping we were gonna get a green room, but apparently the answer is no. Shit. You know what? Yeah, give me the commissary. We have 9 gold to spend, which is pretty useful. Salt shaker, sledgehammer. Yeah, give me the sledgehammer. Okay. Fuck. Okay, we gotta go all the way back down here and hope we can get a room that has extra keys. Hopefully. Okay. No, we've got a lot more rooms we can draft down below. I go through the weight room. We don't have anything. I don't think we can combine these three things. It's very interesting that this gives me a positive. I wonder what the lever being combined would do and what else it could be combined with. Sorrel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, dark room. And then we'll check this since we're going past. Enter. Inventory. One lockpick kit that we missed. That's kind of sucks that we missed that. But okay, we need to go through the chapel. And then we can go through the bedroom. Okay. We don't have any gems, so we gotta do the Bordeaux. Oh, did I see a key? I thought I twitched and saw a key, but I guess I was mistaken. So at least we can get the gem here. This is our first green room, but it's not great, but it's going in the direction we want to go, so I think I'm gonna get it. Rather than getting the maid one. Hello? Hello? Sometimes there's gyms here, but doesn't look like we got one. No, we can't do the lab, so we gotta do this one. On the upside, 2 wind-up keys yet again. Who wants to grill? I am very hungry right now. Only one box displays a true statement. The gems are in the white box. Gems are in the black box. Darn it. Fuck it. We ball. Come on, come on, come on, come on. How could you do this to me? Ooh, secret passage. Ooh, oh, nope. Secret passage is actually useless. Cord. Oh my god, all of these are useless. You're hungry and very cute. Thank you. Yeah, the best bet is the Great Hall and finding the lockpick and gambaing on that. But the thing is, we have, oh no, it's not in the workshop. It's in like the drafting room. There's the layout. Like you can actually see the layout of this room because it's a trick room. And I don't remember what that side is because we need to go up. So we need to go find... It's gotta be somewhere, right? Nope, 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 nope. Okay. It's probably not in the utility closet, but never hurts to check. Wait. Those look like the birds that I saw in the Alzara thing. I don't think anything actually spawns in here except for the check itself. Now, I know what the lockpick kit looks like, but Oh, nope, that's the paper. So... it's almost certainly not going to be in here. I just want to double check if... okay, there are 2 gems spread out. 2 coins and... wait, an upgrade disc? Huh? Where did those come from? Did I miss them? That means they have to be in, like, this section, right? I can kind of see my mouse, like, over my shoulder. Fuck, dude. Oh, it could be behind the doors in the Great Hall. You're right. Okay, but we know it has to be... the lockpick set has to be somewhere past here. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. Now we gotta go all the way back. Okay, yeah. This is fine. We're totally not just using all of our points to get around. All right, fuck it, Gamba. Didn't work. Yep. Anything fun? No? We did find the real door, though. Okay. So now we're gonna try to go lockpick the gem and see if we get lucky. Or if we can even make it there, which I don't think we actually can. La 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 la. Oh my god, we have to go through the security room. I don't think we're gonna make it. Should I instead go put something in the coat check? Also, wait a second. What do you do again? Okay, we don't have the power one. I kind of want to go put the... Are we secure? No. Could put the lockpick. I kind of want to have the hammer because I don't get it that much. And I want to make the power hammer because there's things I want to do. So I kind of want to have the hammer available if I ever run into a battery. I don't think I'm going to make it. The thing, too, is I think you can actually, with the power hammer, you can break this wall down. I'm pretty sure. I think I watched that on Veggies. This way. Yeah. Too bad that there wasn't still a piece of fruit there. And then dinner wasn't served here. Yeah, I didn't make it. Shit. Shit. Anything hiding on the floor? Crumbs? Crumbs for a poor hungry bitch, please? Also, I don't like the idea that the kennel is right next to the dining room. That's foreboding. All right. Nothing here. Like 9? He's 15, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he was 15. I'm almost certain he was 15. Respectable villa. Oh, well. All right, though, guys. That is going to be it for today. At least for this game. At least for this game. But. Mowin smash. Mowin smash. Reagan smash. All right, anyway, let's pop back over here. Bring the music back. All right, guys, that is going to be it for today. It is currently 4:30, so we're going to figure out somebody to raid. Ash is doing art still. Is Amuki actually active? Amuki is active. Okay, we're going to raid Amuki. Amuki was still sleeping at the time yesterday, but we will be back tomorrow, you guys. We're going to be back noon CDT. Tomorrow is going to be our usual yapping day. I don't have an exact topic. We'll figure something out. It could be paranormal. It could be urban exploration. Who fucking knows? But if you are new here or haven't joined the Discord already, I highly recommend joining it. We're probably also going to be doing a movie night tomorrow night. We're going to be watching the very first Exorcist. And then going into the future, we're going to watch every single Exorcist. And then probably when the new one comes out, the like Final Retribution or something, I forget what it's called. I'm probably going to do a video on all of the series. But let me see. I think that's generally it. We need a raid message though. What do we want to do for a raid message? You know what? Let's do something cute. We'll do the heart emote and go, here, you can have this. That's what the raid message is going to be. But I will see you guys tomorrow, noon CDT. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. I'm gonna go figure out something to eat. I don't know what yet, but I'm gonna figure it out. Something with rice, I think. Or maybe I could make some bread. I do have all the ingredients to make bread. Who knows? But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. Thank you for enjoying puzzle time.